Hello, happy Wednesday. How goes it? Welcome in, friends. Knight, thank you for the 34 months. Good evening, friend. My God. 34 months. Hello. Crow. Hello, friend. Carrie. Hello. I was watching Carrie play Alan Wake. That was entertaining. Running for her life. Can't see me. You just have to look harder. Yeah, you just got to look harder. You can do it. I believe in you. What up, Smug? How are you? Welcome in, friends. Is it Miss Wobby or is it Miss Wobby? I'm not sure how to pronounce. Hey, welcome in. Hey. But hi, friends. You're starting to. No, I'm right there. You just got to look. You just have to look. Yeah. You just got to look a little harder. Open your eyes a little wider. You got it. Where are you thinking of the 18 months? Big Jaws thinking of the 18. Oh my God, double 18s. What the hell? What the hell? Cousin Tony, thank you for the biddies, dude. Oh my goodness gracious. Fedoria, thank you for the 21 months. Hi, friend. How are you? Finally able to catch a stream in person. Hello. What's up, Jay? Welcome in. It's an abbreviation. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I try my best. I'm not going to get it right probably 70% of the time, but I do my best. We try. Hey, you talking to me? What the hell? You burned your tongue yesterday. Well, stop it. Have I seen the glitch in the lobby? No, I haven't. I haven't opened the game since the Easter event has been gone. So I feel like I'm probably missing stuff. Hi, Lodge. How are you, friend? What's up, Nira? It works every time. Mr. Cruz, hello. No, hey, thank you for the gift to LT. Thank you, Drifter. Yeah, the event ended. I know. I kind of forgot there for a minute too. Yeah. Tonight, it's whatever Wednesday. I did put a poll into the sub chat earlier today between a few games, and there was one that was apparent that was the winner. Yeah. My week is going well, man. Not too bad. Today it was meh, but it was fine. It was fine. I blame you. Wait, I blame you for me being here. If you were, hey, don't make such a nice thing sound so bad. Okay? How dare you? Mama Badger, thank you for the follow. No, it's not Minecraft. No. Negative. It was between, oh my gosh. I just smacked my monitor. God. Mr. 420. Listen. God. You sons of bitches. So I had 4 games that I threw up for a vote. And I was just curious. I wanted to get everyone's opinions about what they wanted me to play today. So the 4 that were there were the Tamagotchi Life. That blurb was loud. Oh, you're very welcome. Tamagotchi Life, Mouse PI for Hire, Windrose, and The Floor Above. Because we never finished The Floor Above. We have 2 episodes that we did not finish. That is the poll that I put inside of the chat earlier today. Yeah. Hi, Juju. Hope it was Tamagotchi. It was not Tamagotchi Life. No, there were a couple here that were up there, but no, it was not. It was not. Which one won? The Floor Above. The Floor Above. People want us to finch it. No, because I didn't put the category in there yet. No, not yet. Ice Storm, thank you for the 16 months. Yeah. We have 2 episodes that we have not finished of that game yet. We were kind of holding off because like event things and blah, blah, blah. So I'm like the king of not finishing games. Like we start it, I get interested and I'm like, ooh, squirrel, shiny thing. So we play another game, and then I don't finish it. It's just it's the nature of the beast, man. It sucks. I wish I had more time. I wish I had way more time to play all the games. Okay, I'm not alone. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Why you never got your drop? That might be a reach out to Twitch thing. Roops, you might want to put in a ticket with Twitch. Yeah, because Phasmo wasn't the ones that gave that out. If you didn't get the drop on Twitch, that sounds like a Twitch problem. Yeah. So you're saying you're Doug from Up. What the hell? How does that make me Doug from Up? That doesn't even make any sense. What the hell? Hopefully we get the guitar anomaly again. Well, it's different. I don't know if we are, because it's two, like, not 2 floors. It's 2 new episodes. So we're going to see a bunch of stuff we've never seen. And not to mention, it's been a little bit since we've played. So it's going to be rough. We're going to do our best. Remember episode 3? Episode 3 was not very kind to us. Was not very kind at all. All right. I'm going to add that to the category. There we go. Gaslight time. Oh, I'm going to need your help, friends. I'm going to need all the help in the world. So I don't know how long it's going to take to finish those. And then once we're done, I'm not sure. We might switch over to Faz to finish the night, or we might try different stuff. I don't know. But we're only going to have so much time once we're done, I'm sure. Night, thank you for the 5 subs, friend. Ice, thank you for the 16. Spike, thank you for the year, dude. Been playing Warframe and Diablo 4. Nice. Man, I've just got a list of games that I want to try and check out. Like, I downloaded Windrose because I want to play it. It's a game that, it's not a style of game I normally play, but it just looks really cool and I want to try it. So I downloaded it already. It's locked and loaded. I have Tamagotchi Life. I've got it locked and loaded as well. I got made sure the capture card was working. The game was ready, like all that stuff, because I want to try it. Now, what we might do is we might save those games for next month, because next month is St. Jude month. So what I might do is we might, because even Phoenix was saying something about this in the mod chat, about maybe trying to do something with one of the days with Tamagotchi Life. So that could be cool. St. Jude month. VB, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. So for those that are unaware, maybe you are new here, maybe you've never been to my stream before, maybe this is your day one. Every May, we spend the entire month raising money for St. Jude. So I've done this for the past few years. We literally start on May 1st and we go all the way through the month. Technically, the campaign is already live, but we will start our St. Jude streams starting the 1st of the month, going all the way to the end of the month. There's a couple days I will be away in May because I'm going away with the missus for a few days. But I'll have that all posted so you guys can see it. But yeah, we love that. We love St. Jude. We love the charity. We love what they do. I am beyond appreciative and love you guys for everything that you do for them through me as a vessel. So thank you guys. If you can't donate to St. Jude, being in the stream, I hope you understand, is a helpful thing, because that means it's helping us get the word out even more. So it's hopefully getting the word out to people that can donate, because St. Jude, if you don't know what it is, very big in cancer research when it comes to children. But what makes them so amazing is that all of the money that gets raised goes towards the families and also the children to make it so that they don't pay a single dollar the entire time they're there, from treatments, from their stay to food, toys, you name it. It is all covered, every last bit of it. And I was so sad I didn't get to go again this year. I really wanted to go to the St. Jude Summit. They invited me again. I was like, I just can't, man. They do it during like an entire week, like through the middle of the week. I'm like, I can't, like this year I'm taking so much time away. I was like, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. So when the time comes, I've already got plans in the works of like things we can do for next month for goals, incentives, and milestones and all that jazz. Yeah, it should be fun. It should be fun, but we'll start that next month. I've joined him before, not fully know what it was for, but I knew it was a good cause. That's awesome, Fireheart. That's even kinder of you doing it, not even being sure where it goes. No, that's great. And what's awesome about Tiltify that I love is that it goes to them, straight to them. There's like, when I'm the middleman, I have the link for Tiltify, but the money never passes through me. It goes directly to them. So that part I love even more. There's no question that it's going to them. It's 100%. No questions asked. Kev, thank you for the 9 months, dude. Wonderlink, welcome in. What's up, LJ? This year's been rough. I had oral surgery last week. I think you told me that, Vaughn. The link works super smooth also. The link? Wait, what link? I love the cause. I also love that you dedicate a whole month for fundraising for them. Absolutely amazing on both ends. I think I've said this the past few years, but I feel like it's the least I could do. Oh, to Tiltify. Oh, yeah. Super easy. Very easy to do. I love it. I love all their integrations. I love it. I wonder a little about some of the details for the Alan Wake collaboration. Me too. Some of our friends have been playing Alan Wake, and it's making me kind of want to play. But again, it's one of those things where you have to dedicate so much time to that game. And I'm like, I just don't know if I can dedicate a straight God knows how many hours to like Alan Wake 1 and 2. I want to. I really do. Too many games, too little time. 100%. Tamagotchi Life when you play. Oh, man. It looks so funny. I've been watching different creators play that I know, and it's just really funny. So, yeah. One of our other Kinetic partners, if you guys have ever seen Shushi's, oh my God, they made some hilarious. So they're an artist, to be fair. So they obviously, but they're still bound to the controller, which sucks because they could probably make it really good. But they ended up making one of the characters, the Butcher from Phasmo, which was amazing. But yeah, they're awesome. They're an amazing art. They make all their own stuff. Yeah, they're crazy. Darth, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate you. Alan Wake 1 has been about 2 hours per episode so far with like 6 episodes, I think. It's a lot of time, but it's so good. Yeah, I think I saw that it was like 10 or 11 hour playthrough on average for the first one. And then the second one's even longer. Yeah. Which, I mean, you know, that's a good thing for the game because you want a game you pay for to have game time. You don't want it to be like an hour and be like, oh, well, that was it. But at the same time, it's like, all right, if I'm trying to do this before May 12th, do I have time for this? So I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Messa, what's up? Happy Wednesday. Hello, friend. Got my coworker to follow you and to play Faz. Let's go. Nice. Hi, Ann. How are you? So, yeah. So that's what's happening next month for anybody that's curious. Like I said, I'll have incentives and things like that might change up what we're doing on certain days. It just depends on how it goes. I always go in with low expectations, knowing that us raising $1 is an amazing thing because it's more money than what we had before to go towards St. Jude. So I set a goal. Our goal for next month is $20,000. So we'll see what we do. Use your video from the audio only to try it with a friend. We failed. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Darth. I do have past ones. Now obviously the equipment's going to be a little different, and you know it'll be a little bit different. But I have every single weekly that has ever been done. I have played, and it is all within that playlist that is the weekly playlist. So you could literally go search my channel for audio only and find like 4 or 5 different versions of that one, if it makes it any better. Been living under a rock and don't know anything about Alan Wake. Can someone tell me about it? Oh, Blizzy, you're best off looking it up, friend. You're better off looking it up. It's about a writer. Stuff comes alive. It's so hard to describe. You're good, Nira. I appreciate you. Back in the day when audio only was in Sunny Meadows, though. Oh, that's right. That's right. A couple of times I narrowed it down to 2 and picked the wrong one. Oh, no. Hey, Gaminator, what's up? What's on the agenda today? Well, I put it up for a vote, and I allowed the community to choose, and they chose that we are going to do the floor above. I've done the first 3 episodes. There's 5, so we have 2 more episodes to do. So tis our plan. Tis our plan. Spooky, thank you for the 9 months. Should help raise. Yeah, you know, I mean, I've done a few different charities, different things. I really enjoy raising money for St. Jude. I know there's a lot of people that raise money for a lot of different charities. I know. Everybody's going to have their favorites, right? It's just the way it goes. Hi, Trisha. Good to see you. Thank you guys for all the subs and the biddies. Thank you so much. Hey, Gull, how are you? Gonna be lurking? You're good. You're playing Tamagotchi, you bastard. Looking forward to the next episodes. Oh, this is going to be, it's going to be interesting, if I can say that much. We'll see how it goes, y'all. We'll see how it goes. The child of one of my coworkers was recently diagnosed with cancer, so I'll definitely, oh, mermaid. I hope that everything works out for them, friend. Talk a lot about Faz. Thanks for the videos, of course. Kenner? Okay, why is this not working? Should be working. How's my Wednesday so far? Not bad. Definitely not too bad. Oh, there we go. What the hell? That was weird. I couldn't see the other side. It wasn't showing me the stream, and now it's showing. Okay, there we go. Dereg, what's up? Jeffrey, good to see you. What's up, Sean? Hello, friends. We're getting started. I'm about to open the game. Hi, Courtney. Matt. It is not Wiener Wednesday. That is false. That is negative. No, it is not. Kudo, good to see you. Beth, Drifter, thank you guys for the combo. Appreciate it. There's going to be a charity month, not a charity stream. Oh, a charity month. Yeah, next month, May, I raise money all month for St. Jude. Yeah. Nobody said Wiener Wednesday break. You guys see what you did? Son of a bitch. Knowles, thank you for the 2 months. Ataria, thank you so much for the 6. Epic tight pants. Look, it's because you showed up. It's because Mel showed up. Isn't it? Mel, how was the observation duties? I was audio lurking you while I was driving. Oh, I appreciate you, Goal. Yeah, no, you're good. Listen, I never want to put anyone in a situation, but if it's something you can do, then it's amazing. Hard mode is so hard. I bet it freaking is. Oh my God. Rarsum Rexy, thank you for the 7 months. But how are you, friend? How are things going? I was listening as much as I could. Chat was slaying it. We decided to keep going. Keep it going tomorrow. Oh, nice. Wait, are you going to do the next one tomorrow? 7? Or are you going to go back to 6 again? You're stuck on amateur. There's nothing wrong with that. Time, man. Time. All right. Floor above. No updates. Okay, we're good. Oh, we're still on 6. Oh, okay. We only did the first 2 maps. God, how many maps are in 6? My God. Lone Wolf, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude. May have made him cry with all the love. Y'all are sick, man. How you going to make a grown man cry like that? Glad the event is finished. I am too. I know Mel shares that opinion with me that it was fine. It was fine, but it was definitely way overdue. I think it's 6. Okay. So tonight we are going to start with the floor above, and our goal of the night is to finish the last 2 episodes. Once we do that, then it's free reign. We can do whatever, whether it's go to Faz or switch to something else. I guess it just depends on how much time. No. Footsteps are back to normal. Yeah. God damn it. I do not love it. I don't love it either. It's fine. Like I almost want it to be a week, like a week long, 1 week long, and it's done. That's it. No more. That caused so many problems. Hi, Stick. Good to see you. Do I watch it? No, the only time I ever watch sports is really if my kid is rooting for somebody. Maybe a short video store update at the end. Oh, maybe. I haven't done much to it. Everything broke. Yeah, literally everything broke. All right, let's go ahead and open up the floor above, shall we? Oh boy, this is gonna get spicy. Oh. All right. Do this. Okay. Episode 4 was confusing. Did you watch me play episode 3? Don't tell me that. That's not good. Oh, hey, I have that t-shirt too. Hi, Kale. 0% is loading, so we're in good shape. Oh, it's okay. I'm pretty sure my camera was top right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't move it. What is this game? This game is called The Floor Above. It's a anomaly game, and you literally look around a room and then you go up a floor, and you have to decide whether you think the room is clear or whether it's not. Now, it is definitely one of the trickier ones that I have played, because you can't just look around and be like, okay, that's an anomaly, because the anomaly might reset itself and not actually be one. Anomaly games are the tatas. They are the tatas. What's up, Ash? Good to see you. Rose, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so Continue. Next, Mike. Now, it's just weird because that's my name. That's my legal name. So it's weird hearing it all the time because I feel like someone's like calling out to me. Yeah, he's looking right into our soul. He certainly is. But he's looking into our soul that is looking at himself. Yeah. Thanks for the videos of Faz. Of course. Appreciate you, friend. The game just yelling at you. It is. It's criticizing you. It's trying to gaslight you. All the things. So, yeah. We have played the first 3 episodes of this. We are now on to episode 4. Am I crazy or did I think that there were 5 episodes of this? Is it literally just one more? Oh, we might have more time than I thought. I guess depending on how bad this is. Break did say it was very confusing. Oh, is there like a secret episode? Is literally the thing on the screen gaslighting me right now? That's what I've said because that's what I've heard. But this says 3 of 4. Secret endings. I miss Morty. We'll go say hi to Morty. We might even say hi to fake Morty. Ah, secrets. You tell me, liar. Hey, listen, I went off of what I said. I never said that I was 100% confident on it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was gaslighting you. Yeah, me either. I think you're right. Damn, dude. Okay. It'll be fine. I'm not worried. Are you guys worried? I'm not worried. We'll be fine. Got too into the game and started gaslighting chat. I gaslight myself. Love the mug. I love it too, man. I've had it for a while now. I love it. It withstands everything. Who can afford all these gaslights in this economy? I'm a little worried. All right, listen, I need everybody to put on their big pants. Okay. Whatever you choose to associate your big pants. We need them on because I need your eyeballs for this to help me figure out what we see and what we don't. If you've never seen this played before, it's not just look around the room. It's literally, you have to blink to try to remove possible fake anomalies and then decide from there. Mama Badger, I'm scared. Too warm for pants. Then put your big underwears on. I don't know. Need coffee for help. Do it. Ay, caramba. No promises. Oh, it's okay. Well, listen, we're just going to go for it. Yeah. It says episode 3 of 4. I have heard there's 5 episodes. I don't know what to believe anymore, but apparently we have one more episode to do. So let's do it. I don't even remember. It's been a little while since we've played, so this is going to be...
Mike.
Oh my God, I forgot how loud that
was.
was.
The room has almost won.
Okay.
Morty is losing his strength.
Morty!
We're out of time.
Well, maybe if we fed Morty.
I'm so sorry, Mike.
Didn't they tell us to stop feeding Morty?
Goodbye.
Where are you going? Oh, they're leaving us. That's okay. I do hate being called out. What did I do? All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Guys, I don't remember anything. What's the plan for today? Win. No matter what.
Mike.
Yeah.
You won't believe it.
What happened?
I remember everything.
Okay.
And not just my own past. I remember the past of every other Mike. Oh God, I need a minute.
Okay, I'll wait. Okay, so if I recall from the last time we played, I looked that direction for an extended period of time, and that thing sitting at the table instantly ripped my head off. I feel as though that is a thing that I can't look at for too long. Oh, why is it? What? Oh, the red's coming back. You got red on you. No eye contact. Okay, so how the hell? Try to stare at that guy? Nah, you're fine to stare at her. Oh, am I? Okay, let's stare at her. Lies. Deception. Absolute lies. I don't remember how to look down. Okay, okay. I think we're good. I think everything looks clear. Now, I don't know how to tell what floor we're on. Oh my God.
Mike.
Yes.
We always remember everything when we stand in front of the mirror. I don't know why. No one does.
But how do I look the other way?
In that moment, you feel that you will die.
Okay, that's deep, dude. That's very red. Like, yeah, is that more red than it was before? I was thinking the same thing. Hey, there's our buddy. Hey, how are you? Dude, that is so red. I think you're on the floor above. Oh, am I? If you guys have not played, I don't mind help. No, like if you think you see something, I definitely don't mind. Yeah. I don't know, man. That could just be overlooking it, but it seems super saturated. Something's in the mirror. What mirror? That mirror over there. I don't see anything. Wasn't the door closed? No. The door keeps going in and out. Oh, the shelf is empty. Look. Oh. Wait, are you always looking at me? Oh, God. Oh, hey, buddy. Leave him alone! Leave him alone! I can't watch. The chair's knocked over.
Oh,
wait, is that normal?
Morty. I've seen hands like these before.
What was going to happen to Morty?
Morty! More restrained. Maybe...
Is the chair normally knocked over? Oh, God. Yes, okay. Hey. Don't mind me. I don't want to look over there because I know that I know what that thing does. We've experienced that one before. Morty's invincible. He is. I was trying to remember from last time if we see Morty, red X, fake Morty, green check, which doesn't make any sense. Okay. Oh, you little squirrely bastard. Oh, there's something in that hallway. That's for sure. There's a chair down that hallway. Is that normal? Yes. Okay, anybody notice anything? Except for that guy? Game confused the heck out of me. It's a little tricky, man. Obviously supposed to be. I mean, that is the entire point of the game. Never seen the troll? We let the troll get us before. We purposely let him get us. Out of curiosity. No, the door's moving. It is. I gotta be honest, man. I don't notice anything. I think we're okay. That thing turning its head like that, though, is a little bit concerning. I'm just assuming it's fine. Oh, yeah, big blob down the hallway. Oh, he's there. The boomer. The boomer. I'm just, you know. We'll see what happens. I don't know what floor I'm on. Move your head. Okay. See the chair down there? Yeah, that's normal. I bet you one of the anomalies is going to be these stupid snaky things on the walls. I bet you. Would you live in this house? I'd think about it. Give the house a little bit of a cleansing. That's fake. That's fake, right? That's fake. That's fake. That's not real. That's not real. That's fake. That's not real. You're not real. Go away. Shoot. No. That was real. Shall we try again? All right. Big spider, no. I bet you if I would have said that's an anomaly, it would have disappeared.
Mike.
What? No.
The room has almost
Yeah,
won.
I know it has. Shut up. Roxy, 48 months. Oh my.
You won't believe it.
Hi, Roxy.
I remember everything.
Great for you.
And not just my own past. I remember the past of every
See, that's
other Mike.
that's the gaslighting part about this is like
Oh God.
how long something is there or stays there to know if it's an anomaly or not. Spider noms, yeah, spider noms. Hey. Just trying to quickly look. I look away for 5s. Listen, man. Does that death screen give you existential dread? No, there's like so many mics in the world. I just pretend it's another one. I feel like there's no rules. Well, remember, in the one before this, it said like it doesn't play by the rules. All right, I'm gonna be honest, friends. I don't notice anything. I wonder if. Hey, there's a green and yellow thing on the table. Was that green and yellow thing always there? Hey. You guys remember it? Okay. It stood out to me. I know. I feel like I hear you more than I used to. Sure. That looks fun. Bye. Miss you.
We fight so desperately to escape.
Facts, bruh.
And never stop to think that we're already part of this damned room.
Oh no. Valid. Valid. Okay, why is it, dude, my vision goes dark. Like you have to ask yourself, like, how long do you blink for, you know? That's the guy, right? Okay, it is. Okay. Gotta be honest, dude. It's looking okay. God. The lights? Wait, what about the lights? It seems okay. Remember that time the coat rack killed you? Why you gotta bring up old stuff? Why you gotta bring up old stuff? No, the lights were on before. Listen, I have PTSD from that coat rack. It still looks like a person. So unnecessary. We don't need your googly gocks. Hush. Uh-oh. There's somebody there.
One of us. You will become one of us.
Okay, you're not real. You're not real. You're not real. You're not real.
You will become one of us.
Oh God, watch.
You will become one of us.
You will become one of us.
Oh my God. Oh. Do you see what I mean?
Oh God. How I hate them.
It just sent
And
me.
envy them at the same
Rude.
time.
How
You just
dare
lose your mind
me?
and that's it. No more problems. I've seen their memories.
Oh, have you? What did it say?
They're happy there.
Oh, happy? Yeah, they're so happy. Thank you, chicken leg. Twister, thank you for the 8 months, dude. I'm gonna go watch SpongeBob and change my pants. No, now would be the time for like some Mickey Mouse. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Hey. Everything seems pretty honky-dory. I think so. I'm trying not to look at that lady too much. You got some brownie frownies? My God. Like, my problem is I'm not paying enough attention because I'm looking at the room and I'm like, it looks fine. This room looks fine to me. What does the lady do? She stretches her head out and then she commits moida. Wasn't she the doll? Yeah. Yeah, she's Shadow looks sus. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try our best to remember where stuff is. Mike's been talking to us almost every floor, though, which has been very interesting. Hi, Mimi. How are you? Yeah, see, head starts stretching. Maybe, like, I have to do that, you know? Maybe I have to look at her for a little bit to make sure that she does move. Yeah, the chair was tipped over. Yeah, I asked myself the same thing earlier. Yeah, I wasn't too sure if that was a... My toes, my little toesy stood up. I went full like the guy on the green beans can. Like, okay. I think the rest of the room looks okay. You chucked your phone. Hopefully nobody was looking at this upside down or else it fell right on their face. Okay, everything else looks okay. Oh, she was just standing there.
Have you ever thought that there's actually no speaker in the room? It's so stupid. You're an all-powerful room that can be everything, and yet you forgot something as simple as a way to communicate? So dumb.
What the? Was that coming out of him? Oh, that was rude, man. Have fun. Give you the heebie-jeebies. It gave me the somethings. The TV normal? Normal TV? Oh, dude, you need to switch like now. You gotta switch. Why is the TV not switching? Bruh. No, you're okay. No worries. Like, is that an anomaly? Last one, lock the door. Roger that. I got you. Look, the TV normally goes back and forth between that static and the other thing, and it's not doing it. Oh. I think it's an anomaly. I could be wrong. Bye. Miss you. Could be wrong, but I think it's worth a try. Like, I have no idea what our progress... Get her, Morty! Get her! Get her, Morty! No! You leave Morty alone, you piece of crap! Oh my god. Morty, I think you got this. You got her!
You probably thought I'd come and tell you how to escape from here.
I was kind of hoping so.
I'm sorry, Mike. No one knows.
Does that speaker always there like
None of
that?
us.
That doesn't look right.
I've seen everyone's memories. We have no idea how to get out of here. But the
You left the cat.
room
No, Morty can defend himself. He's
is a
fine.
bad option.
That speaker looks weird. That looks awkwardly out of place. Can't stand hearing it. No, the cat was fine. It was there on the last 2 floors. Oh, was it? No, the ram head moves. That's normal. No, that's normal. Damn, dude, how did I not notice that speaker? Hey. Okay, yep, she still moves. Okay. Is that a troll in the door? Yeah, we never really named that thing, did we? We never gave it a proper name. This room isn't normal. Define normal at this point. I'm gonna be honest, outside of that speaker, everything else looks normal to me. Tony. I like Boomer from Left 4 Dead. Yeah, that's where my mind was. Little Timmy, hello. All right. Are we saying yay or nay? So are we saying that the speaker is good? Because for me, it stands out as not good. But I'm being told that it was there in the previous levels. I didn't see it there before either. That's where my confuzzlement is. I'm gonna gonna keep looking this way so the troll doesn't move. Mike said that the room had no speaker. Well, no, didn't he say what if there was no speaker? I think there's something off. I think something's wrong. Oh no, it's there. It's there. Okay, it is there. Bye, 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 bye. I miss you. Bye, bye. I mean, I don't know, man, because I'm paying attention to too much stuff at once. Yep. Yeah. I said yes.
Of course you can. Because now
Uh-oh.
I'm inside you.
That's gross. Hey, did you hear what that thing just said to me? I assume the blue light. Oh my god, you little squirrely bastard! Is the blue gone? Wait, we gotta wait here. Okay, the blue is still there. I like the blue too. The blue's a vibe, but that definitely doesn't seem right. As long as it's supposed to be red. I do like the blue. Okay. Nothing's really happened to you, which is a little concerning. Where's the intimacy coordinator? Great question. Oh shit. Not today. Not today.
Did you know that the room edits what we say into a microphone?
I don't know what that means.
Changes anything that threatens it. It doesn't want us to help each other. Huh. But right now, it's barely changing my words. And that's a bad sign for us.
It's changing his words? What do I hear? That's not what I heard, Knight. It sounds like a clock. Did I hear a clock? Is there something moving? No. Maybe. I don't know. I swear to God, I hear something like a clock or something tapping, but I don't see anything. Noises are not anomalies. You don't hear that? Oh my God, you shut your faces. Stop gaslighting me. You hear it? No? Oh my God, I hear it, dude. I'm telling you. Oh, you heard that? Well, that wasn't real. Okay. We're just going to say, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. I'm telling you, I heard it. I don't know what that was, but green, 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 green. For some reason, you're green. I don't know why that is. It's very confusing. That was fake Morty. That's not right. That ain't right. That tunnel ain't right. Not Morty. Correct. It's not changed. I'm just like making sure it doesn't change. Where's our friend? Probably behind me. my God, it's me. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Now we're getting weird. It's the tunnel again. Oh no. Oh God. I can't turn around. I can't do anything. What just happened? Is that the troll? Is that the boomer? Did he eat us? What happened? Am I sleeping next to it? It's an awfully loud snorer. Oh, it feels like Jurassic Park. Oh. Okay. The belly of the beast. The tunnels, I mean, it's still all lit. Strange like. Clever girl. I'd say that it's still off, yeah? Well, nice to, hey, don't judge me. Need some huggies? All right. Is that tunnel going to be different? Or is that just the way the tunnel is now? There we go.
Mike,
Yeah.
I don't want to die, Mike.
Then don't.
It's just... This is harder than I thought.
Well, just don't. It'll be fine.
Sorry I suddenly fell apart like this, Mike.
Not the time. All right. He said F it. Yeah. I also would like not to do that, Mike. Gotta be honest, everything looks pretty okay to me. I think so. We're gonna see a spider any minute. I feel it in my bones. I feel it. Spooters. Oh yeah, we saw one earlier. Saw one. Became part of one. That was someone, if you can't hear it, someone's playing the SpongeBob sound with the water. Dude, that was my daughter tonight. We went to my son's school, like a kind of orientation thing. And she didn't have any water with her, and she was sitting next to me just oh bro, get out of here. Like that what? Like no hubba. No thank you. No thank you. Nope, not for me. Nope. I'm all full. All good here. She was gonna fork me.
I see you're confused.
Yeah,
Not
a
sure
little bit.
which button to press.
That's correct.
Mike,
Yeah.
the room doesn't care about the rules anymore.
We knew that from last time.
Press whatever you want. None of it matters now.
What do you guys want? Check or X? He said press whatever we want. It doesn't matter. Or does it matter? And he's gaslighting us even more. She thought I looked tasty. Apparently I look like a tasty treat. Press both. Should I try to do both at the same time? Or like back and forth? I tried. It wouldn't let me do it. It's all a trap. I know. I've accepted it at this point. Hello. All right. Stretchy is still very stretchy. The room is changing his words, but I did not see anything different about that room, so that would have been a correct press, in my opinion.
Mike, why did you do this to me?
I didn't.
Turn me into this. I feel such hunger.
Oh no.
This is not my body.
I know. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. Oh my God, it's just ahead. What?
We had so much fun together, didn't we? I was so happy.
That's great for you.
Thank you for the life you gave me.
You're very welcome.
It was so much fun.
That's great for you. That's so great for you. Please reset. Please reset. Please. It's not resetting. You know, I stayed for the entire spiel, like a gentleman. Oh shit, the head is still there. That's concerning. What is... What are you doing? Get out of here. Is the room changing with it? Like, that's what it was than the last time. So would we say it's normal? Yeah, the hanging guy is Run, Morty! Morty, run! You leave him alone, you sick bastard! Morty! No, Morty. Morty, why? You son of a bitch. I don't know why he's being bullied so much. That's a great question. Did it stop giving room? If it's telling me what floor I'm on or whatever, I have no clue. I have no indication as to what is like what. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. I would have 1,000% said, yep, that's an anomaly. And if you don't let it ride, if you don't play it out, you hit the button too soon. I'm telling you guys, I'm hearing something like a clock. I swear to God. But yeah, everything else looks normal. We're going for it. F it. YOLO. All right, the head is still ahead. But it never got ahead. All right. He's still here. That's still there. That head still moves. Are claws tapping? Oh, why you gotta say that? why you gotta say all that? That's not needed. That speaker just looks so out of place, but it's supposed to be there. See, last time the TV wasn't on. Now it's on. The head is there. I don't even know, man. This seems normal to me. Hey. Hey, you wanna let go? You wanna get off my digits? Hey. Hey. What's going on? So I can't turn. This is bullying, right? Oh my God. Oh, you creepy bastard.
If I could go back in time, and if I had a choice, I wouldn't have gone into the red corridor.
Okay, what would you have done?
To hell with it. I'd rather stay in the room.
Kind of forgot I could zoom in.
And let whatever happens happen. That would have been better.
Well, hindsight 2020 is a little bit too late for that there, hotshot. If I may say so myself. Always a sack on the table? I think so. It's in the chair. Make sure there's no claws on my hands. Remember this. Wait, what did it say? All right. I don't see anything. Not that I can tell. Fire looks normal. The red is redding. The can still looks like the can. What level are you? Oh, we're on episode 4. I don't know technically like how far we are. Somehow going back in time and oh, the red. Oh yeah, he said he would not have gone down the red corridor, right? This seems normal, I think. Do not forsake me. Yeah, we're checking if the room changes. That's correct. It's just now it's really throwing me off because some of the anomalies that we've seen are now like forever. No, thank you. No, thank you. It's a chicken in a box. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, you son of a... Get out of here! What? This seems weird. Wait. This lighting seems weird. Why does this seem so strange? Morty! Get off of the cat! Why are you holding Morty? Hey! Oh, are you gonna kill it for trying to hurt Morty? Yeah! Yeah, kick his ass, Seabass! Yeah! Get wrecked, idiot! Oh, yeah, let's go. You did good. That's right. Are you taking care of Morty for us? You did good. Are you giving him uppies? Hi, Morty. Hi. What you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's oh Jesus Christ. Wait, where'd Morty go? Wait, Morty's not here anymore. Is that X or not? I'd say it's probably an X. That seemed bad. It was not good. Not very good. All right, we saw Morty, so I'm gonna go with X and see what happens.
Mike.
Yeah.
It seems the room has run out of patience.
Me too.
The tall woman has sealed her own fate, and the fate of everyone who hasn't fully chosen the room's side. I can feel my life slipping away.
At this point, man, it doesn't even matter.
Mike,
you know? What?
If we're meant to be devoured by the room here, then let's make it choke on us.
Ew. What the hell does that mean? Make a choke on us. I don't feel so good. Hey, yo. Did he said exactly what you thought he said. That is correct. Say what now? Well, everything else looks okay. I guess we're gonna go make the room choke on us, whatever the hell that means. Kind of curious. I mean, I'm a little curious as well. Is there a "that's what she said" button? We could find one. Okay. Whoa. Did something just happen? The game lagged a little bit there for like a second. Can we take the room to dinner first? You know, we absolutely can. Everything else seems okay. I don't notice anything different. Here, I'm gonna snooze the ads. I don't want you guys to get hit in the middle of this. Seems good, right? I keep looking back because I don't want the troll to get us. Like, yeah, he's good. Everything else is good. I think it's good. I think the room would like to have you for dinner. I think that sounds more likely. Owie! Oh my God. Okay, and now it's normal. Do you see what I mean? I'm kicking my own ass. You mind? Morty? Morty? What? Hey, where are we going? Hey!
Hi.
Hey. God. What a creep, dude. See that creep in the corner? Okay, he's not... I have a feeling he's getting closer every time we go up. Oh, what do you know? That's correct. What are you staring at, you creep? 146236. Bro, he's gonna be breathing. He's gonna be breathing his disgusting breath on us. Ready? Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? You're good. You're good. We'll just go. We'll just go on through. Oh, that's creepy. He's just got an itch a little bit.
Now you're not going anywhere.
Oh my God. Quick, lean down, use your tongue. You know what I mean? Get him, Morty! Morty, quick, the knife! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Oh my God, the knife is still in our hand. Oh. Yikers, dude. 'Tis but a flesh wound. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I got a headache though. Jeez. Is this migraine simulator? What is this?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
Do you want some cake?
No. I like
Mike!
it. What?
Yeah, sure. Hi.
Johnny! We have a problem.
Alternate realities, parallel universe, dimensional connection, destabilization. The cake is a lie. Oh, they give us cake and then we wake up back in here?
I remember.
Wait, are my pants different? Wait a minute. We remember what?
In the 9th room, there was always an anomaly. There was always something that shouldn't have been here. And it was always
Me.
me.
What's gonna happen now? Damn, dude. This is one hell of a way to get upstairs to the basement. This is the penthouse suite. Ah, I still got a stab wound through my hand. Oh, that's nice. It probably stings. I bet. See you later, Mike. Unlock ending number 4. That got interesting really fast. That was super confusing because you have stuff happening to you that is different but is normal. The head that happened on the table was normal eventually. That just became part of the norm. But there were so many things that showed up that if I would have immediately hit X, we would have been wrong. But you have to wait it out and wait it out. That's what I learned from the other ones. You've got to be somewhat patient. Maybe not patient with the spiders. I think that's kind of, you just floor it. But man, still cool. Why is it I felt like it was so much easier with this episode than it was with the last? I felt like we did so much more right this time than I did with the last one. I want to see a movie like this. That would be cool. Where's Markiplier? Markiplier! Do it! That'd be really cool. It's all in your mind, Mike. Damn, man. This is super cool. Look at all the cats. Oh my God. Hi, Mr. Rafa. Mike will return in future games of the series. Oh, will he? It's like a very dramatic, like Star Wars thing. Morty. Oh, it tells you now how many anomalies you've seen, and there's 2 secret endings? Ooh. So we completed all 4 episodes, and now there's 2 secret endings you can find, and we have 35 anomalies that we have not even seen yet. Oh, look at Morty. He's got his food and drink bowl and he's got a little mouse to play with. Oh my God. It's the cutest damn thing I've ever seen. Well, hot damn, dude. Phew. Very cool. We'll have to come back to this and find the secret endings. I think that's, yeah, we'll come back to this and find them. I need a Morty. Oh, dude, we better see him, whatever plushie Morty. I swear to God. This is awesome, though. This game was great. As an anomaly game, I love how different it was. That was cool. I like it a lot. Steph, thank you for the 29 months. All right. Let's go ahead and exit it. We have ads coming, friends. We got ads comings. I'm going to go ahead and run them now, and then we'll talk about it. We'll figure out what we're going to do. Okay? But I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. After those are done, we will get back to it. All right, Addy? Here, we'll just go ahead and go to the ad screen. I'm just glad the cat was okay. Listen, our boy Morty. That's right. So there's 2 secret endings. What was the second most voted game? The second most voted was Tamagotchi Life. And then it was Mouse PI for Hire and then Windrose. Yeah. But we don't necessarily have to do those. We can talk about it here. We can figure it out here. Damn right, it's free 99. What's up, Short? How are you? Tamagotchi's hysterical. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I dig. Our boy Morty. All right, let's see. Short, thank you so much for the follow. Spoon, thank you for the sub. There are 5 endings all together. So it said episode 4 out of 4, but then there's 2 secret endings. Wouldn't there technically be 6? Oh, you said 5 endings. Interesting. Oh, you're good, Short. Yeah, no, you're good. Think you need some therapy, Coco? Dude. I think out of all of those, out of all of the ones that happened, the one that got me, that I guess made me jump a little bit out of any, or I guess more out of any, was the freaking hand. Steam says 5. Oh, interesting. Okay, so maybe there was then. The hand coming through and grabbing her caught me off guard. I was not ready for that at all. Not at all. Always on? Wait, what is always on? Because what I could do, I mean, really what we could do is I could switch to Faz and we could finish the night off like that. Because I almost want to save Tamagotchi Life for next month. I know it's going to be a little late to the jump, but I feel like that might be the best move. Oh, the finger break? Dude, I despise the sound of bones breaking. Ugh. Yeah, not good. Not good. So what I could do, I could switch to Faz to finish the night off. Always down for Faz. I know. I really wanted to make sure that we finished that. So we did. The spider thing got you? Listen, everybody's got their different stuff, man. Love some Faz. Yeah. Toilet 8 for the funny? Oh, Toilet 8 is a possibility too. That is true. Faz who? Tamagotchi has kind of a long setup. Oh, like when you start the game, there's a lot of stuff that you have to do before you can even like get into it kind of thing. So maybe that would be better. Yeah. I appreciate it, Darth. You're good, man. To do a co-op game? No, not tonight. No. I'm rocking solo tonight. We're doing solos tonight. Yeah, let's come over here while we talk, while we get into it. We're not going anywhere, friends, at all. It's only 10. Got to do each character and unlock buildings before it gets going. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll save it. I have ideas for that, about how I want to do it. So it will be a bit to go through, I think, whenever we go to play that game for the first time. Yeah. And that's like, it's the same thing with like Windrose. Like I really want to try that one, but I feel like that one is also another one that's going to be a bit of a setup. Too late for ghost guessing. I almost don't want to do ghost. I want to be a little not so. Okay, we're in open fast, so we can just keep talking. I don't want to do it so often. I feel like if I do ghost guessing too often, I like the idea of doing it like once, like a big day once a month, where somebody can be like the winner. You know what I mean? Any of the Faz features been? I don't know. I haven't opened the game since they've taken away the Easter event. So this would be my first time seeing the lobby without the Easter stuff since they added it. Yeah. All right, let me switch over. All right, I'll change the category. It does look very bare. This is very true. Very true. Public lobbies? I could. That is a possibility. Like jump into random lobbies? I could. It's one of those things, man. It's such a toss up whether it's a good or bad idea because anything could happen. Had a visual bug standing about where the bunny was looking around. What do you mean? Okay. Looking good. Thank you for saying that, Drifter. I would have never looked. I would have never checked it out. No. Don't you dare tell me that now the main lobby is messed up too. Hold on. This makes it darker, doesn't it? Shit. I gotta fix the OBS filter. Do I see yellow in that mirror? Bro, you better get that Easter crap out of here. I swear to God, I see yellow over there. Yes. Pam's there, but I see yellow. I see yellow reflections on the doors. I see it here. Great. Yellow or greenish? Yeah. I'm like looking around the lobby now to see what else there is so I can point it out to them. Guess what? Hi, Blondie. Blondie, I was going back through my clips and I was, oh my God, there's so many. Little residual. Don't go to Ridge. Oh no, is it still messed up? I kind of have to now, Tika. You're kind of forcing my hand, friend. Lobby was all sorts of glitchy for me when I was on about 10 minutes ago. Damn, dude. Did they fix the memory leaks lobby? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, man. Amber! Thank you for the 28 months, friend. Hello. Yeah. So all of the Easter stuff is gone, but it looks like they left some treats behind with some visual problems. So, I mean, that's... Oh, yeah, look. Look at the trophies as I go this way. It's because of where the damn bunny was. Yeah. Hey, what up, Copper? Thank you for the raid, man. Nightshade, hello. How are you? RJ, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's awesome. That's good. That's great. Just don't look. It's for the best. What do you mean don't look? Don't look at my own stuff? It gets worse while crouching? What do you mean? My lobby was fine. No, see, the outside of that like visual bug stuff, it seems fine. There's a few visual things, but besides that, it's fine. All right. So for those that were not here earlier, we were playing the floor above because we wanted to finish it, and we did. There's some secret endings and stuff like that that we need to fix, or not fix, sorry, that we need to get. But outside of that, we did get everything. It's just, it wouldn't be right, you know? I see nothing wrong, only features. That's right. All right, let me update information everywhere, and then we'll get into the games. Now I don't have to worry about Easter lobbies. We can do just normal hunts, which is nice. What in the feature? Yesterday I couldn't sprint at all. My spirit box delayed 60 seconds or more. You know what? I also had some really big delay the other day. Samesies, friend. Samesies. All right, that looks good. Why does that look all laggy? It's not this isn't a Phasmo thing. Ooh, bobby, boboo. Try a tier 1 loadout one time? I could. I totally could. Hey, Furry, how are you? All right, that looks good. I think we're just about ready, friends. But I hope the week is going well. Mine's okay. Not too bad. We just have a lot going on right now with all the activities for the children's and all the stuff and the things. My favorite game of all time is Mario 64. 'Tis my favorite of all time. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Stayed up for like 3 days straight trying to beat it. Oh man, I haven't played in a very long time. But if I had to pick a game overall, that would be the one for sure. All right, make sure that's up and live, which it is. All right. Well, I'll start at Tango Street and then we'll go from there and we'll figure out what we're going to do. Pokemon Stadium. Oh my God. Pokemon Snap. I love that game. Love all the Paper Mario games. I haven't played those in forever either. It's been so long. MVP, what up, dude? Oh God. Earned another month of Prime for me because of the Mario 64 answer. Thank you, Darth. I love it, man. I love it. I want to get more 64 games. What'd I just hear? I swear to God, I just heard more. I don't. Okay. I'm just losing it. It's fine. Julie Lewis, we need to incense. We need 3 photos. And we need a repel. Let's go. My favorite ghost type, the Mimic, is my favorite. Mimic because of how unpredictable it is. I love Mimics. Morty? No, Morty. I did hear a dog barking, though. I did hear a dog. Unless Morty started learning how to bark, which, I mean, I don't want to put it out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, I guess that's a thing that could happen. Mercy's 4 strong. Ocarina of Time for me. Goldeneye. I've got them all, man. I love it. Get good. What's up? Oh, Duke Nukem. Hell yeah. With the different colored cartridge. It was like, was it red? I don't remember. Or was it Doom I'm thinking of? Hi, Norm. Alternate reality. I knew it. Hello. Who's my least favorite? We have a few we're not very fond of. Shades, Gorios, Urays. If I had to pick which ones I hate the most, probably Urays and Gorios. They really just suck. Boner Jam. 18 degrees. We're just checking temps now because I haven't heard it do anything. Hi, Jana. How are you? 16. Let's check here. Uh-oh. I heard that. What'd you just do? Hey. Hey, you better relax. You better chill your stuff. try to murder me with a mug. Let's run. How things are good. How are you, friend? I didn't see the cursed object in my path, did I? No. No. Do I like this version of the map or the old? This, by far. This compared to the what it used to be, this by 20,000 miles. What am I missing? Oh no, it's not the cards, is it? Oh no. Oh man. Oh man. Well, god dang it. Should be fun. Busy getting ready for a new season to start at work. Oh, nice. Noah, thank you for the hard me. What's up, dude? Knight, thank you for the follow. Mitch, welcome in. Hello. All right. Ghosty's in the basement. Oh, yeah, I'm getting random lag spikes. We'll see what happens. I do viewer games occasionally on Twitch, Noah. Usually at the beginning of the month. Monkey Paw is the best. Monkey Paw is pretty good. No, I didn't have a photo camera on me. So I've not picked up the bone yet. Excuse me. Orbicals. Okay. Can I place the book up here? No. Oh, really? Nowhere. Okay, that's fine. Stop it. That there. Let's go. Why do you always drop the flashlight in the doorway? Because there's no reason for me to take it back to the truck. If you take the flashlight with you back to the truck, that's one less item you can bring in with you. So I carry it with me just because it's easier to see, but it's also easier for you guys to see. And then I drop it when I'm walking back here because I don't need it. It is not a necessaries. You like the voodoo doll the most? That's a new one. That's a new one. Bro. This ghost. Oh, did it throw the book already? Well, we're not going to get writing. Oh, well. Rain, welcome in. What's up, River? Thank you all for the follows. Love the vids. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've already got orbicals. I just haven't marked it down. We already recorded it. Do I hear a car driving by? Oh, what did it just do? Oh, I don't know what I just got. Object throw. My favorite cursed object is the music box. For sure. Oh, you're good, River. You're good. Am I hearing things? I swear to God, I hear a car. I swear to God. Or I did. Like these little extra sounds. What up, dog? How are you? Like the vids? Thank you, friend. Let's go. Ghost, are you gonna do stuff and things? How can you stop the dots? Click on it. Left click. Give it a little boop. You hear it in my left ear right now? And now it's in the right. Left. Still in my left. Now it's in the right. Interesting. Very interesting. Mr. Tater Cheap, hello, sir. Where are you? Oh no. There we go. Where are you? Are you here?
Here in the
Orbeez? Spear box? What? 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 Why are you no walkie? Hello? What is my favorite protective equipment? I don't, what kind of question is that? Oh, there we go. What is your favorite bathroom item inside of Tanglewood? Oh, I didn't check for UV. Oh, you're right. This could be a mimic. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, it walked just in the one, so we're okay. Hold on. I say we're okay. We might not be okay. Come this way, please. Why don't you use the tier 2 smudge and not the tier 3? Oh, I guess I'll just sit here and take it. That's fine. But she did walk and I did not see any UV. Let's check for freezing. No freezing. I use the tier 2, not the tier 3, because I don't want to stop the ghost in place. I want it to get away from me. So yes, I want to slow it down to allow me time to get away, but I also don't want to stop it. Right, Norm? Norm gets it. Norm knows. What up, Sean? Thank you for the heartbeat, man. Sir Coconut, Kadim, Mark, thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in, friends. Welcome, welcome. Oh, side note. If you're in my server and you don't see the entire server, it's because you have not done the verification. So you got to make sure that you do the CAPTCHA verification stuff to be able to see the rest of the server. Just a heads up. New to fast? Yeah, you're good. Yeah. All is well, friend. All is well. All right. Well, Mare, Onryo, Yokai, Diane. Well, checking for a Mare is going to be a little bit of a nightmare. Mare. But we might be able to do that. Or I could just do an Onryo check. Yeah, let's do that. You should do every difficulty with all tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Oh, like, but on what maps though? That's the question. Good night, Galaxy. All right, for now, we're gonna turn that on. Eating some egg rolls. Well, there's no need to brag about it. Let's put... Hey, how are you? All right, so she's over this way. Hey, that girl, I appreciate it. Thank you. The only other light switch I really have... I've got that guy. Oh, I've got this guy too, though. Wait, the light. I've never done a Mare test with this. Do an Onryo test? Redhead, thank you so much for the gifts. Appreciate you. Blacktail, welcome in. Check for freezing one more time. Cold, but no freezing. What is the Mare test? The Mare test is whenever you turn a light on, the Mare has the ability to immediately turn it off. So there's a 10-second cooldown on each switch you try that on. So once you try it once, you try again. Nothing. Egg rolls or spring rolls? What would you prefer? Oh, egg rolls probably. Yeah. What map? Do them a viewer's choice? Yeah, that's never a good idea. That's never a good idea. All right, it's not blowing out that firelight, that's for sure. Man, I would love a Mare ability with the train lights. You're also not doing this. Is there a new way to test for the Moroi? Define new. Ghost, are you... Is this just like a yokai? It could be a Dian, to be honest. I might just pull cards and pray that it doesn't eat my face. Play well. No, this is Tangle. This is Tanglewood. Ghost move. It's still cold here. Yeah, it's 2 degrees. She's still here. She's just not very interested in my firelights. I think I'm just going to make her hunt. Actually, I should have grabbed... Oh! Now we want to do stuff. What's up, Wells? Logan! Thank you for the 9 months. Did I have hiding over here? No, I mean, if it's a mimic, this is one hell of a delayed mimic because I'm not getting freezing. I'm not getting UV. I'd say UV's out of the equation, but freezing we're not getting. It's a little, well, I mean, it's shy because I have the lights on, but it should still be trying to blow it should still be trying to blow the firelight out, which it's not doing. Tis not. I'm not really worried about it perfect. Although I do, I need a photo camera actually. You know what? F you. Give me this. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, friend. Thinking Diane. Could be. It could be. What's that painting down? Was that from earlier? Oh. What up, room? What up, sky? Wait, maybe I turn this off. She throws something. I get the EMF photo. Night. Uh-oh. Is that upstairs? Ma'am? Alright, I've got a backup smudge here. That's good. Where'd I put the cards? Norm, where'd I put the cards? Oh, they're over here. What? This door doesn't... What was that sound? That door's locked. Okay. Either way, besides the point. Let's pull some cards. What the hell? She's moving upstairs now. That's not good. That's not good. What up, Jay? That sounds like an uh-oh. Not suspicious or anything. We'll find out soon enough. That's a little dicey, isn't it? Tower card did not do that. No, that was not the tower card's doing. Death now? I mean, I kind of wanted to hunt. Oh, thank you. And she's downstairs. What's up, Abby? Probably not a yokai. Not a die-in. Right? So we're looking at probably a mirror or an Onryo? Like you're telling me this... That's not a very fun thing to try to test. Got all my sanity back. Let's go try it now. Alright. I've got that. I've got the smudge. Yeah, that'll work. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Why do you hit the radio? Because I was trying to get the ghost to come over to me. Now, here's the question. Is she still downstairs or did she move up? Because it certainly seems like she's up there. Yeah. What? Was that the third firelight blowout? Oh, that's rude. Oh, that's not very nice. Twas. You son of a bitch. We've considered Mimic. The problem is that we don't have anything else for the Mimic, and it's definitely acting like it just gave us that ability. Oh, I need to cleanse and repel. Oh, man. All right. Well, we're not done here. I don't need that. I need the other one. Damn it. Hi, Phoenix. Oh, my God. I have like 300 sanity. Son of a bitch. Well, I ruined it. Oh, oh, you're right. Oh, I can get the Onryo ability. Oh, yeah. Let's just have it do it again. Touche. I know the book was thrown. We're playing on Nightmare. We're not playing a professional. Yeah, we just get the firelight again. I could go get 2 more, but I would like her to just do those. Hi, Hyper. Mike, thank you for the follow, man. Aqua, welcome in. Zaydays. Wells, hello, friend. Welcome to the dark side. What's on that pillow? Oh, ain't that just nice? But you see, like, if this is an Onryo, like, what a butthole. It's not doing anything. Ghost. Hello. Ma'am? I know you're dead, but damn, dude, a little activity. Nothing? Mufasa? Here, let's bring this upstairs. Ghost, you kind of suck. Has it returned to the basement? I'm not really sure. I'm about to find out. 20 degrees. 20 degrees. 9 degrees. Like, Ghosty's there? Like, what? What? Your favorite way to find the ghost room is throwing eggs on the floor of each room. To achieve what? There's our orbicle. Alright. Now listen, dude. I believe that's firelight number 2. Hey, let's go, Goofy. It's kind of based on whatever you're looking up usually. Ooh. The old the old egg on the floor lighting bug. Always works for you. You know that's not true, right? You know that's not a real thing. Ghost. Elaine, thank you for the 10-month prime. Appreciate you. Honorable's good, friend. How are you? She scared me. What's up, Neo? The games are going. I need to repel this thing because I used all the cards and, well, that's that. So we are where we are. Yeah, that's not real. Yeah, it's a lighting bug. The egg being black or being yellow is completely a lighting bug. Yeah, has nothing to do with where the ghost is. The hair card. I already pulled them all. That was it. I got like 3 sun cards, some Wheel of Fortunes, a tower, a devil. Not a single death card. Who are all these people? I don't know, Hyper. Aggressive pillow fight? Yeah, apparently. But it's not wanting to do the thing. How can I stop being scared of the ghost in single player? By desensitizing yourself and forcing yourself to go in the map and let the ghost kill you. Don't add any items. Just put yourself into the map, use the cursed possession, and let the ghost murder your face. What's new now in the game? Like from yesterday? Like a month ago? 5 years? What's new? Well, the Easter event's gone. Hi, Night Raptor. A month. Help me, friends. What's new in a month? What's happened over the past month? There was the Easter event. The Easter event's gone. I'm trying to think of things that's happened in the past month that are like more on the permanent side. I don't think much of anything really. Watched the rage video of the trees. Oh yeah, that was great. Yeah, thank you, Neil. This is a really crappy Onryo. Grafton being borked, yeah. But they did fix a few things. They fixed the bone on Sunny Meadows. They fixed the ghost being able to walk over some of the tables. Yeah. Thank you, MG. Appreciate it, friend. There's a new visual bug where the bunny used to be in the lobby. There. What? I'm sorry? I don't know what's going on. What the what? I wouldn't be shocked if it's a mimic, but let me light the fake candle. Thank you for the past videos, of course. Come over here, you platypus. Make Norm talk. Bo no longer at the default spawn in Sunny. That has been fixed. Hath been fixed. Kitty, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Sean, thank you again for the gifts, man. Yeah, listen to those little feet slappies. Oni? No, those aren't Oni blinks. No. Those are Norms. Not Norm, you know what I mean, normal. If it's not an Onryo, then I don't know. Then I have no answers. Norm, not Norm. There we go. Thank you, Phoenix. Kind of wish I'd been far enough away. Kind of wish I'd been far enough in my fast journey to take advantage of that for APOC. Wait, take advantage of what for APOC? Call for Ghostbusters? No, call for pizza. Yeah. Just calling for some pizza. Yeah, you guys want anything? Top tier contributions? They're helpful. Oh, the bone glitch. Oh, you don't need the bone.
Welcome back.
You don't need the bone for APOC. What do you mean? Onryo. What a weird ghost. Weird freaking ghost. Free photo? You don't need to... For the APOC, you need to get the ghost right. You need to get your objectives, get a ghost photo, and dip. When do we play Alan Wake? I don't know. That's a great question. Yeah, I know. I'm talking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm not really sure. Yeah. What up, Zephyr? How are you? Hawaiian barbecue pizza? Oh. I do love a barbecue pizza. Dumbest Onryo ever? I don't know how to explain that Onryo. I don't really know what happened was. I do have a list of games 8 miles long. This is true. No, you do not have to get a perfect game for APOC. No. People do that for a challenge, just to challenge themselves. They don't do that because you need that for the trophy. You do not need a perfect game to get the trophy. It was a very weird Onryo. Macy, thank you for the gifted to Nehru. Thank you. It became an off Rio. That's correct. Stupid. So stupid. When it said optional objectives, I thought that included media. No, when it says optional objectives, it literally means these right here. These 3. Yep, that's what it's talking about. No, I have no idea when the player character update is coming. No, nobody has any idea when it's coming. Something don't seem right. Can't put my finger on it. Bits and Spiders, hello, how are you? I don't know if this is correct or not. What? I had two songs happening at the same time. Okay, I think that's fixed. Okay, that's weird. Okay, this is not though. Nope, nope, this is definitely just not fixed. Ay, caramba. Ay, caramba, dude. Sound like Enya. You had no clue that it played music? It does, and they usually change it when it comes to the season. Yeah. Exploring an open world concept. That's kind of the idea. Yeah. All right, let's go to Edgefield for now, and then we'll talk about maybe switching up what we're gonna do. Just noticed the same glitch. I figured it's because my game is no, nope, not at all painted. Nope. I have changed zero about my game. None. So I don't know. The radio and the music is super cool. I wish they would change it up every now and then. That'd be nice. They should put the Christmas time song from RV there. I would love that. They need to start doing collaborations with songs. I mean, with artists for music. That's so funny. Mr. G&V, hello, friend. I'm good. How are you? My first no evidence was a demon. Lucky dog. Is there a reason I used tier 2 salt instead of tier 3? I don't want to slow it down with the salt. I just want to use it to check for evidence. Yeah, that's literally it. Maybe Flo, thank you for the follow. Am I going to let them know about the features? Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I let them know about the weekly, about how we have an audio only weekly, but we don't actually have the sound recorder. DK already responded to me and said that they're going to fix it. It's just an oversight. Can I explain the gnome and the shell? Yeah, they're just items that get interacted with. That's it. Yeah. Do a stream where you get 100 baskets on the basketball hoop. Oh, that would be boring. That wouldn't be fun. Dave Norris. We need to escape the ghost, incense the ghost, and repel the ghost. Well, damn. That's literally a single hunt. Yeah, sitting there doing the basketballs. Yeah, I don't think that'd be that exciting. What up, Crystal? How are you? All right, next fix. The sound of the rain on the windows, please. What up, MB? Lizzie, thank you for the 20 months. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Bobbit. Wonder if he knows Chuck. Too soon, dude. Way too soon. What up, Christy? We'd be better off trying APOC 3 alone on high school. Yeah, this is facts. This is true. All right, nothing there, nothing there. All right, power's on. I don't hear nothing. I do got the Ouija boards. This is true. Start. I might have heard something upstairs. Not 100% on that, but it sounded like it threw something upstairs. You sick bastard. Hey, I think it threw something up here. How the game's been? Not bad. Not bad. We started the night off actually playing the floor above because we needed to finish the last episode. So we did. And we decided to switch over some Phasmers. Oh, hello. Oh, that's unfortunate. It already turned the bear's head around. So switch over to this just because of how much time was left for the night. I was like, well, there's no point in starting like a brand new game. Darkest Joker, hello. Your mom. Thank you for the follow. Had an optional the other day to photo of the ghost, and the ghost was a phantom. Hey, let's go. Floor above. Can't wait for the next episode. Yeah, I'll get that posted soon. I've still got to post the games I played with Doc when we did Species Unknown. I just posted today the game that we did, The Last Pirates. I'm trying to think what else I gotta post. There's some other stuff too, but yeah, we're working on it. They added prox chat. We'd be playing more Species Unknown. I would like to. One of the things that we said was we really would love push to talk. That would definitely change things for us, I think, because it still is a little bit tough. Right, I see no orbicals. I'm gonna throw up everywhere. I'm just gonna throw up. Oh, thank you, Christy. Got so many games I need to play. I need to at least launch and then keep playing the ones that have a good hook. Yeah, it's tough, man. There's so many games. Yeah, I also am not a big fan of the teddy bear, and the new one in Tangle looks really creepy. Yeah. Any phalanges? That's a negative. Don't you do it. You muffled son of a bitch. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Will you respond? No, you're not. Shut up. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? God damn it, Night. that was good timing. Kawhi, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Zash, thank you for the 8 months, dude. Kawhi, how was your stream? What'd you guys do today? Stinky, stinky ghosts. Would love to see Doc play that tree game. You know, I bet you guys could convince him. I bet he would do it. Oh, I guess we're not going to get ghost writing. Okay, roger that. No, that was not a mare ability. No, the ghost did a mist ball event. Whenever I turn the light on and it turned it off, it's because an event happened. Yeah. Well, Faz and Repo. How's Repo doing? That's one I revisit from time to time. Got stung by a wasp and found out that I'm not allergic. Hey, let's go. That still sucks, though. I am sorry you got stung. Even if you're not allergic, it's not very fun. I cried laughing when you skipped the first tree attack and went, well, that was pleasant, and then got smacked by the next one. I'm so glad that that brings such joy. And apparently a lot of people are enjoying it. How the ghosts aren't bad, Firewolf. How are you? Narrowed down so far. Well, we don't have much. We don't got much. Have I gotten any evidence at all so far? We didn't see UV. I don't see orbs. It's not giving me dots. It threw the book. What am I getting at? Freezing in EMF 5? Let's bring this to get more EMFs, and this for safety. I did play Burglar Gnomes. Yeah, I posted about it. The full game was not out. It's just a demo, but we did play. I would love to play that again. Good night, Jana. Got a feeling we're gonna have freezing in EMF 5. Could be wrong. Stop crapping in the sink. Although, if you're going to give me freezing, you're being awfully stingy about it. What up, Nick? Love the vids. Thanks, man. What do you have against stuffed animals? Nervous colon? Bruh, what evidence are we not getting? Let me try Spirit Box again. How much you want to bet this is one of them? Where are you?
An elderly victim.
You son of a bitch. Oh, Spirit Box has been really weird lately and I don't like it. Just wants to play with his toys. Okay. Just wants to play with his toys. Where's the bear with the head backwards? Where'd the bear go? Ghost? Oh no, just take your time. Filthy son of a bitch. Well, I don't know where the bear is. It teleportated it to somewhere else. First time catching a live, my girlfriend and I are obsessed with the vids. I appreciate that, Echo. That's awesome that you guys play as a duo. That's so cool. My wife would never. I did think about bringing back Mrs. Flash Plays blank for next month, though, for St. Jude. So we'll see. Yeah. Didn't know the bear could move. The ghost can teleport those. Yeah, I don't know where it took it, though. Yeah. Did you see it in the bathroom? Because I definitely did put it in there. Oh, shit. Hold on. I wanted to get salt. Sorry. No, that wasn't the bear. That was the bunny. No, the bunny that was in the crib. It kicked it out of the crib. No. No, there's a bear somewhere. We need a minute. Well, I mean, it doesn't even have to be fast. It could be something else. The only game we've ever had her play on here was look, what do you have against the animals? Yeah, I'll go downstairs and do a check here in a minute. Did you? Oh, you sick son of a. Are you a wraith? Did you just teleport and that's what that EMF was? You're a wraith, aren't you? Teleporting wraith, teleporting freaking teddy bears with their heads on backwards. Sick bastards. I would love a dot photo. Dave Norris. Dave. Dave. What I get? Okay. Dave. What teleport ability? The wraith can teleport. It is the only ghost that can, outside of a mimic that is mimicking a wraith. Yeah, the wraith can teleport anywhere on the map. Call Dave. No. We don't know necessarily that Dave is a bad guy. Just because he's bad guy does not mean he's bad guy. Motion sensor? I could. I'm just hoping the dots will just happen right in front of us and we'll go a little ka-chow and get it. Despise them? I don't mind them that much. At least they're one that you can tell what they are. He just tried to kill you? No, he's hungry. Poor guy thought that I brought him a chocolate crucifix. Okay, give him a break. Still crazy. You can get a picture of poop water and it goes. Yeah, I know. Hey, Reckless, how are you? W. Wreck-It Ralph reference. I'm cultured. Okay, well, it's done dotting. That's all it did. Did you know that the ghost can light the fire pit? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Come on, man. Of course, I need this or want this, and it's just... Well, don't you just suck? What's up, man? Welcome in. What a butthole. It started hunting from in there. Wow. How's the hunting? It's okay. I really wanted to get a dot photo, but this ghost apparently had other plans. As in... You sack of crap. And we know that we don't have a mimic because we have dots. So it's 100% not a mimic. Wraith, it's gotta be, man. It has to be. Here, we'll put this there. Do I have... Yeah, I got all the objectives and all that jazz. Thank you for the follows, guys. Drew, thank you for the heart me. I'm still a little bit curious as to where the bear went. How do you keep interest in Phasmo after having played it for so many years now? Because I enjoy it that much. I think it's the case for anybody with any game ever. If you enjoy it enough, you will find ways to keep it entertaining for yourself. And if there's a point where you feel burnt out, if you want to try different stuff, just try different stuff. There's nobody that's forcing you to play the game. So if you are like, if you're wanting to take a break, take a break. Go play something else, come back, play it again. Check it after like a couple weeks, a week, a month, whatever it might be. But yeah, I continue to play it because I just enjoy it. I love the logic puzzle. I love the random jump scares. I like that it's a game that I can play with friends, and the voice chat works so well. It's so funny to hear muffled screams across the floors. I love it. Oh, streaming absolutely also keeps it interesting. Right, doing the educational aspect when I'm playing solo and I can talk to you guys about it definitely keeps it entertaining. Kay, thank you so much. Rip, hello. King, thank you guys. All right. We're gonna... Oh, that's right. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Let's take this with us. Remember, this is a wraith. Wait. They can turn the head back around? What? I thought that it couldn't fix the head. Huh. Well, that's new. I've never seen that before. Maybe when it teleports it, it fixes it. Yeah, that might be what it does. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it might have reset it. Well, there we go. Look at that. Because it teleported it, it saved its little life. All right. We got a wraith. We got the objectives. That's all good. I have ads coming, so I don't want you guys to get hit. We're not going to go for a perfect game. We'll just keep moving. All right. Got the wraith. The teleporting ghost that's teleporting animals across the house. Got it. Oh my goodness. Rose, thank you. What's up, Super? Yeah, that's our thought. Apparently, whenever it teleports the bear, it fixes the head that was turned around. So that's cool. That's fun. This is one of the favorites. I do like this one. There's a few songs on this playlist I like a lot. Awesome sauce. Rafe. All right, I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, friends. I'm going to go ahead and do them again because I don't want you guys to miss the gameplays. This is why I do the ads the way that I do them. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of the beast when you're on the purple side, when you're on the Tweesh. So I'm going to go ahead and run them now. After they're done, we'll get back into it. Kind of it is what it is. Show us how to properly hug a Dio. Someone named Gary hugged one, and I don't think that they did it gracefully. You know, you could probably make a good compilation with a so-called Gary and all of their Dio hugs. Just saying. Hey, Jai, what's up? Rafa. Good night, Crownick. Have a good one. Been obsessed with the videos. A baby fast player. Hope I am having a good stream, Lily. Hello. Thank you, friend. I am. That's right. It's more time where we can just sit here and jibber jabber while we wait for the ads to get done. If you salt outside of the Wraith's room, can you essentially lock it in the room? Well, you're not going to lock it in anything. No, because it's not like it's afraid of the salt, so it's just going to turn back around. No. What you can do, though, if you know for certain that the Wraith is in a room, like let's say the nursery where I just was, for example, what you could do is you put a salt at the doorway and put a motion sensor there. Really anywhere. that you put a motion sensor with the salt. If the ghost passes through the motion sensor and doesn't step in the salt, you probably have a wraith. My favorite ghost to get is the mimic for sure. Walk up, think of the 20 months. Only at 3 seconds. Is that for, hey, that's just a win, man. Yeah, some people are going to get them, some people are not. Sometimes you'll get the entire 3 minutes, sometimes you won't get any of it. So if you don't get any of it, that's just a win. You just take it and you just move on. Sorry, making sure that I'm not being texted by anybody. AKA my wife. See ya, super. Have a good one, dude. Tips for APOC 1. Well, I mean, APOC 1 is technically insanity, right? So my advice for you would be to customize your settings to make them a little bit closer to what feels like nightmare, but then adjust like the ghost speed and things like that so you can still get all the evidence. Only if I guessed them correctly. Had one mimic a Dio the other day, which was evil. Oh man, that's dirty. That is pretty dirty. If you do APOC 3, do you get all other trophies at the same time? If you complete the times 15 APOC gold trophy, you are done. Yeah. You don't have to go back and get like the bronze and get the silver. Hell, I think even in my trophy case, yeah, I don't even think you could, you can't even see the bronze and the silver anymore. You just see, I believe you only see your highest trophy. So if you have a bronze, that's what would be here. If you have gold, that's what's here. If you don't have one, there's nothing here. Yeah. And yeah, sorry, my lobby is a little bit messed up at the moment and I don't know why. Here, we'll just do this. I'll give you guys some views. Here, you guys want to look at the moon? Hold on. Can I see the moon like this? I don't remember. Wait, it was when I crouched. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Here we go. Feature, not, oh, sorry. Yeah, features. There we go. Screensaver. What did you think of the Resident Evil Requiem? It's cool. It's just a matter of it's time. Having the time to play through all of that while also playing everything else. It's fine on console. Okay. Everything's fine. Let's see what the problem is here. Oh wait, here, I'll make it even better. Here, I could remove it later, but why not when I could just remove it now? Field of view, default cursor opacity. Boom. That's close enough. I got you covered, boo-boo. I'll post in the Discord later. I got nothing. OSHA violation? That's fine. It's a feature. If you could change a feature of any piece of equipment, what would you change? To remove the yellow hue. No. If I could change a feature of any equipment, I would change the tier 1 thermo to make it act like it used to. Because that's the way a mercury thermometer works. It does not work by going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down in a room. That doesn't make sense. So I would put it back to where it was, because if we're trying to be realistic, that's what's realistic. Yeah. Yeah. I thought that always moved. Maybe not. Make the tier 3 headgear better? I don't know how you'd make it better, though. You know what I mean? Put the logo on it, called official merch. Night vision, see, that's too OP. No, that's too OP. Mezzo, fix it. Mezzo, fix it. It's broken. Mezzo. Help. 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 Tell him about it. I'm going to tell him too. I'll report it. Can I do tier 1? What is the obsession with doing tier 1? Started the game, I bought the items, that they weren't in the truck when we spawned. Are you sure that they were here? Because the probable thing that happened is that you purchased them, but you never actually added them to your loadout. I didn't break nothing. Don't you dare come in here claiming I broke stuff. Sound like my cat when you said it like that. What? How do you add them? So whenever you're over here in your loadout, like I'll just use this tier 1 loadout for whatever reason. So the amount, this is telling the truck how much you have in there. So like right now I've got, you get a default dot and then you get one extra, but like the firelight, you add all those yourself, right? So if I go down to the firelight and I click like that, remove them all. Oh, sorry. If I do like that and remove them all, they're all gone. Like that, add them back. So this controls what tier it is. This controls how many you add to the truck. And then you can see how many are in the truck literally right here on the right-hand side. Yeah, but I'm lazy, so I just add all with my add all loadout. The not challenge setup, yeah, we'll do that again at some point. I also want to do the most cursed player again. I would like to change up how we do it, though. I'm excited for it too, Mezzo. It's going to be so good. Yeah, it's going to be fun. We experienced a missing lobby, but still no missing truck. I have no missing trucks. All right, let's go to Ridge. I have not played Ghost Janitors. No, I haven't, friend. No. Most Cursed was fun. It was fun to play. That was a blast. I would love to do that again. I want to think of different ways to use the cursed possessions. When I think about Demonologist, it's fine. It's fine. It's not one that hooked me and just kept me playing over and over and over again, though. Your wife about pooped. Oh, playing Ghost Janitors. Oh, okay. Sorry. It took me a second to connect that. I was like, whoa, why'd that happen? Oh, okay. Got it. Good night, Messa. Have a good one. Why the TV's cracked? Because I'm playing on Nightmare. On Nightmare, you don't have your sanity or your activity monitors. Cockroach EMF detector. Hello. Maria's room. Hello. She played a jump scare happened and she about fell in the back of the chair. Oh man. I had a couple tonight during the floor above that had me jump a bit. Yeah. A little bit of pee came out. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I know you. Think of the Daily Art me. Hello. All right, Andrew Young. Capture video, the ghost, crucifix, and motion sensor. So we're going to go in like this. Just like this. Am I crazy or do I feel like... Do I feel like parts of the truck look like low res? I'm a little confused. Maybe that's just... maybe I'm just confused. I got nothing. Demonologist had me scream, but then the scares were just scripted. Right. If you've never played, I would suggest playing so you can say you did. I see we still have these happening. So these should only be here if the light is on, but the light is not on and they're still there. I'm telling you, like what? Okay, come on, man. Nope. Okay, I see we still okay. Oh, hey, that hiding spot's there, though. Let's go. What up, Rogue? Where can you get the floor above? Steam is the only place I know of. Oh, the Ouija board again. Goddamn features. It's forest. It's forest spirit residue. Ugh. Emery. Thank you for the raid, Rand. How was your stream? I thought I heard something. Maybe not. The frickin' what the crap? What the crap? Bomber, I'm good. How are you? There is stuff and things happening. Like, look at this. What the hell? What am I entering here? It was good until the end. I had to eat a bean. Oh, it was burnt rubber. Oh. Some of those beans are mean. Because any way you slice it, it's bad. That's a bad one. Because it's either burnt rubber or it's licorice. Ghosty. What map? This is Ridgeview. I assume it's up here. Am I going to be live on YouTube today? What? That was asked in the YouTube chat, which is interesting. All right. I don't know where the ghost is. It's being... oh, goddamn. Very stingy. Oh, you know you're in the YouTube chat, right? No? Some gun or stash. I mean, it's the second. I would hope that it's not 2 days after. Who are you? What is this place? All right. Ghost, man, you're really, really mean. Let's do this. Send in Doc. He'll find the ghost. I do believe in our Doc. Oh, it's over there. Oh, it turned the computer on. Hold on. I was gonna say, you gaslighting son of a bitch. Oh, it turned the power off. Okay. I was like, I know I saw that light over here. What's this, the floor above times 2? All right, let's go turn the power back on. God dang it. Doc, I hear door touchies. Well, we know it's not a djinn. It is trying to gaslight me, that son of a bitch. Look, look, look at it. Oh, you filthy, filthy animal. All right, I don't see anything yet. Let's get more stuff. Oh, I'll go ahead and put this over here, because why not? Not a mayor? Nope. Not unless they fixed it and we don't know about it. Hey, Brooke. Thank you for the gifts, friend. The ghost is stream sniping? That mother effer. Yeah, like, look at all this. What the hell's going on? Yeah, that has been a bug for a while now because they supposedly had fixed it, but they didn't really fix it. The mayor was not able to use TVs or computers, but then they supposedly fixed it, but they didn't actually fix it. So it can, but then it can't. So the mayor, yeah. So the mayor can't do that. Give. All right, let's go. Everyone has a friend like Doc. One myself. Process and turning grades. Wait, what? Hey, what's up, Mysterious? Watch me on the tubes? I appreciate it, man. Phalanges. Yeah, it's Nightmare Run. Yeah. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Check your temps. Ghost front inbound. Where? Where? Did you just one frame event me, you bastard? That's an EMF 4. Oh. Dirty. Learned today the dots actually mean detection. Oh yeah, it says it. I'm pretty sure it says it on the dots, doesn't it? Have I ever actually ghost hunted? When I was younger, we did a little bit. Yeah. When I was younger, I did it for a little bit, yeah. Painfully close to freezing? Yeah, it's almost there. Mysterious, thank you for the follow, man. Black Raven, hello. What's up, Garrison? Oh, let's get one of those over there. I have trust issues. I have UV and that's it. Obambo is on the table. Not getting spirit box. I'm pretty sure it's, yeah, it threw the book earlier, so we're not going to have writing. Oreo's on the table. Let's watch this to see if we possibly have dots, which would be unfortunate and sack. Oh, we have ghosty name. It is Andrew Young. Andrew Young. Do I think I would ever do another IR? Possibly. Yeah. Throw it back at it? I should. I heard they're the only ones to leave a handprint on the middle of the door. You heard which ones are the only ones to leave a handprint on the middle of the door? Yeah, if it was a mimic, there'd be orbs. We don't have any orbs. No. Obambo. Really? That'd be interesting information. I don't know if that's true or not. I say I don't know if that's true because I've never heard that before. We have dots, by the way. I mean, ironically, it's still on the table. Yeah. Have I found the secret? What? No, not lazy orbs. We solved the Dudeskis. Yeah, Goryo test is not going to be very fun. Unless, I wonder, okay, this is a stretch of the old imagination. Let's try. Yeah, if you look at the dots, it says it literally right there. See, detector of the supernatural. Yeah. All right, put that there. Put that like that. And then we'll do this one here. All the dot coverage. All right, and then give me the video camera. Thank you. Now I could try it like this. Did that just... Oh, I thought it said dots ghost. I was so effing confused. Never mind. We're good. What the fuck? All right, I'm double checking stuff and things. Hold, please. I know you. Thank you. Creative. Thank you for the follow, man. What the f... I should do Sunny Meadows. Should I? Oh, let's see. Let's see. Do it. I could. There's no extra bugs in there, is there? Ever had a blood moon mimic? I'd say the odds are probably yes, but Lord knows the last time that was. How are the ghosties? Not too bad, man. They're I'm just checking something. Hold, please. Okay, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. Do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. All right. Well, checking for that. I'm going to put this down here. That over there. I needed a video of the ghost anyway, right? Yeah. All right. Let's go get a motion sensor. Mr. Chinggis. Hello, sir. Is it a phantom? No, I don't think. No, because I can see the... No, because the ghost is still inside of the video. So I'd say probably not. I'd say Goryo or a Bombo. If I was a betting man. I don't think it's a Goryo due to how far. That's not that far though. An event, it got over to me. Okay, the camera's gone. It got over to me over there by an event. So I don't think that's so far out of the question. It's been good, sir. We started with the floor above, finished that, and decided to finish with some fast. Yeah. All right, give me this. See ya, Blizzy. Have a good night, dude. I thought videos didn't count for the Phantom test. They certainly do. Let's put this guy... Yeah, let's do right here, because I need to watch. Yeah. God bless you. All right. I still have yet to see dots in person, though. Come on. Thank you for the heart, me friend. Really, I think I've seen dots one time. I don't think we've even seen it a second time. Bah. From the video, there's a chance the ghost times this event perfectly with the video. This is very true. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, was I looking at chat? This guy just missed it, did he? Oh, skibbity, dude. Was it in oh, son of a bitch. Was it in person only? Not a Goryo. You saw it in person? Damn, dude. Okay, is your freaking thought about the... There's no way the handprint thing's true. There's no way that's right. Is that what bro said? Oh, bruh. Can't believe bro be like. That's crazy. Heard it once, but truly, I don't know. I just saw it again. Just sensed it. I don't think that's true, but it's funny that you say that before we even get dots and before we do all that other stuff. What handprint theory? So someone was saying they heard, which again, I don't believe, but it's just funny that it worked out like that. That the only ghost that will, oh, that's cute. That will put its, that just changed the lighting of the room. That will leave a handprint on the center of the door was the Obambo. Hey, bro, what you doing, bro? Oh, thank you, Ethan. Appreciate it, dude. Was the longest run I've had? Oh, I don't think I've ever exceeded 2. Oh, I don't think I've ever exceeded 2 hours. No, not that I'm aware of. It lit that firelight. Oh, you bastard. We're not playing with viewers, Ethan. All right, all the objectives are done. I'm not that worried about sweating media. Really not. Really not. So, if it's true, and this is the Obambu, which I mean, it kind of has to be, we're going to hear either a slow or a fast ghost. Did you see that one? No. Missed it. We still on the Obambo? Yeah, it can't be anything else. Because we saw the dots in person. Obambo is the only one left. And we have dots, so it can't be a mimic. Tips for perfect games on Insanity or above. Yeah, make sure you're taking advantage of the things that you get, that you can get multiple media type, like the Mist Ball. If you can do photo, video, and audio of that. It's always seemed to me that UV handprints are always in the exact same spot. Not depending on the ghosty, it's just present spot. I think you're right. Ah, fast bombo. Slow bombo. We literally just heard the speed change right before it went upstairs. Well, ain't that a coinky dink? Oh, it just stopped. What a turd. You're still a turd. I hate you. Are perfect games worth the grind, money, and XP? No, not in my opinion. I think if you are worried about money and XP, I think that you should get the objectives, get the ghost, get out. If you can get media in between, that's cool, but just move on to the next one. You're going to get way more money if you just keep grinding through games. Focusing on perfect games, it's too long, especially if you're playing solo. Maybe if you're playing with multiple people, sure, but nah, I don't think it's worth it. Nope, it's bragging rights, honestly. I don't think so. Oh, Bumbo. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate you. Wonder if you put dots where the yellow light is, if a bunny will appear. Oh my God.
Welcome back.
Is my lobby fixed? I don't think so. look up here. No, I don't think so. Caleb, thank you for the follow. That's funny. Yeah, things like the bone and the media, if you get it while you're going, that's fine. But I think that going for perfect games is just not worth it. They need to make it worth it. They need to up the amount of money you get for doing perfect games. It would make people want to do perfect games. So I don't know if that's in the works, if they're planning to do that or not. Yeah, it's not fixed. When I first loaded into the game, it was fine. Why is it all of a sudden that it's just not anymore? A perfect game should reward 2 times. I think that'd be cool. Or just something like that. Shit, it used to be back in the day where when you did a large map, I think you got 4 times the payout. If I remember that correctly. Hard to tell now. But yeah, we'll see, man. I don't know what they plan on doing. Is this the upside down the ghost keeps asking about? I don't know. And I wish for Blood Moon, Winter's Jest, Cursed Hollow events, they would add like 8 extra event points for perfects. Yeah, that'd be nice. Someone burn a hole in the floor. It's just a campfire. Yeah. We forgot to put protective stuff down. Yeah. Hey, Audacity, it's good, man. How are you? Dark Raven, hello. Well, we're kind of just like running through them right now, which is kind of cool with me. I'm worried when they release the horror update, this game will be too scary. I don't think it will be. Yeah, when the game first released, the intention of the game was not super scary horror game. The intention of the game was puzzle game that has horror undertones. DK has said it himself that he did not want to make this some super jump scare game. He wanted this to be something you figure out. And I don't think that he's going to change that anytime soon. I think it's going to be the same. I think it's going to stay the same. See you, Mysterious. Have a good one. Is there a way to get a rev to start a hunt faster? Cursed Possession. Yeah. Get it to event on you. I mean, that's really it. Yeah. Personally, I think rewarding the player with a unique consumable item for perfect games would be an idea. Maybe a talisman that directs the player to the bone for 10 seconds or so. Maybe. Maybe. Check for some herbs real fast. If there's no curse object, get protection and go get near the ghost so it'll event, higher chance of it eventing on you. Because there's nothing else you can do other than sitting in the dark to drain your sanity faster. Yep. Can't stand the tier 1 gear. The best thing you can do is either level up as fast as you can or play with a friend that has higher tier equipment. All right. Nothing. Michael Todd. All right, Michael Todd. 25% repel and escape. Yeah, between now and May, I'm going to be doing a little bit of brainstorming because I had ideas for the St. Jude stuff, but it's not concrete. So I'll do my best to try to hammer down all the details. I just play with Flash. He's capped, so it doesn't need any more. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying you take advantage of our friendship? Power. Does the little counterpiece not randomly move on its own? Oh, it still does. You're talking about the little flap right there? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It still does. We'll do a lap and then we'll do Dusty's trail. Oh, breaker door touch. What room are you? Is this your room? Yeah, 9 degrees. Let's walk in here real fast. Yeah, this is the room. I'm not going to be back here in time to check for UV, but we could try. Always confused. Nell's Diner sign with a blood moon. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Well, also, yeah, I mean, all the red that's coming off of this, it does make it feel like it should be a blood moon. Give me that. Give me this. And give me this. Let's go. You're watching Dusty Trail earlier? Let's go. I'm trying to hurry up so I can go check for UV on the breaker. It's touching stuff. No UV. Okay. Well, good to know. Good to know. I don't know where you're walking, so we're just going to put this here for now. Still waiting for my Dusty Trail merch. Listen, I got to be careful about that stuff, man. Even though there's like the song and the show are good, what if they have merch? What is the website that you recommend for learning the ghost locations? Phasmocheatsheet.com. Yeah. Phasmocheatsheet.com. For sure. You're welcome. It is a wonderful tool. They keep up to date with it when it comes to the events and drops and everything else. They have all the stuff and also the things. I don't really know where it's walking. Probably gonna get motion sensor just to double check. Chill, bruh. What you doing, bruh? Oh, instant writing? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Slips away.
What the? Slips away? What? All right, well, shit. We got Spirit Box and Ghost Writing. So that's Dio, Mayor, Moroi, Portier, Spirit. Oh, a Dio would be lovely, but I'm not counting my chickens. I don't think it's gonna be one. We can sure as hell try. Elliot, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You don't like the new design of the cheat sheet that much? Oh no, what don't you like about it? Listen, feedback's good, man. Definitely make sure to let them know. They have a Discord too if you want to let them know there. My favorite map is Willow. Willow for sure. All right, well, we could try for the Dio. I need to repel, escape, 25%, blah, 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 blah. Let's go find the cursed possession. Maybe that's the plan. Has anyone thought about buying the Banshee or the Giant some flowers? Maybe they got stood up on Valentine's Day or just upset. No, but you know, it could be worth. Or
let's follow the path of Dusty's trail, oh Dusty's trail, Dusty's trail.
What if I give her that?
A stage and a wagon a heading west, part of a wagon train lost from the rest. Dusty's the reason for their plight.
Always have a place in my heart, as it was the map I got my first blood moon. Oh, isn't that adorable? Promised land. Oh, the going gets mighty rough when they don't seem to mind. All right, so we got a mirror. Is the place they must find. Desert and rocks. Videos help so much. Prestige 2 level 120. That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? I know I dropped my mirror on the ribs. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Do you like Dusty's Trail? Where are you?
Taken away.
Are you near? Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Why is it not near me? Where are you? All right, listen. I appreciate the Dusty Trail. Where are you?
Get away.
Are you here? We might have a Dio. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Bro, you're literally right here. Where are you?
Slips away.
Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? I'm done with you. Taking my crucifix and going home. Stupid ghost. What a dummy. What up, Max? How are you? Kev, thank you for the heart me. All right. I'm just gonna eat the ribs. All right, let's look in the mirror and make this thing hunt and hear what it sounds like. It still could technically be a Dio. It's just, it's hard to say. Well, if it's a Moroi, we'll definitely know. Mare Polty Spirit. Gonna get mighty rough. You lost, friend? Damn, homie. Does not sound like a Polty. It doesn't sound like it's throwing enough. Throwing stuff, yes. Throwing enough? Ah. Doesn't seem like it. Boy, spirit, maybe. That's why I set my timer. I do have a timer going to check for it. Well, those two switches. The only other switches I have are over here, which, I mean, maybe it's close enough. Mirror, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I might even go get another smudge. I think I have time. Nothing. If it's a spirit, I have 2 minutes left. I'm going to carry this with me and go to the truck and get more. We shall see. Brooke, thank you for the rose. The difference between a cursed hunt and a regular hunt? A cursed hunt is longer. So once you start a hunt with a cursed possession, every hunt thereafter is the length of the cursed hunt. 2 minutes till a spirit would hunt. So like if it hunts me right now, then it's a mare. A little quiet. A little too quiet. Because there's no other crucifix up there, right? Not a spirit? What? Interesting. No, it's definitely not a Moroi. No way. Again, I don't think it's a Polty. I don't know though. Now I'm like, now I'm not 100% because now it sounds like it's throwing a bunch of shit. James, thank you for the slow motions, dude. Indigo, welcome in. Now I'm not 100%. Ask the mayor. You want an and cheese sandwich? Let's put this there. Well, that doesn't help with anything. Are you a Polty? You know what? I'm gonna buy myself some time. We know you're gonna hunt after 90 seconds. So now the question is... You sick bastard. It farted on it. Free Spirit, what's up? Waldo, hello. Polty pile, maybe, if I can figure out where the ghost is. Keeps moving around a lot. Here, you want some mustard? How about some napkins? How about some ketchup? I like those lights better. There we go. That was over here. What are you doing, Brad? Giving it toys. It just doesn't want to play. Multiple piles? Yeah. Multiple piles? Yes. Not exactly sure why I said it like that. All right. Give me that. A lot of round items. Eh. They all just keep rolling away. Stop. Use mustard to stop it. Pulte line? Maybe. Because this ghost can hunt me in like 5 seconds. What the f- You really don't feel like you're throwing a lot, dude. But yeah, Pulte's never Pulte for me either. Hi, Dorito. Just a weird mare, I guess. Ask it how many salt shakers. What the hell? What in the hell? A poultry. I hate it here. I hate it here. This has to be a mare, man. It has to be. Mare, man. Where was the April Fool's event? There wasn't one. I'm pretty sure there wasn't one last year either. No, the last April Fool's event, I think was... Shit, was that in 2023? I think. You've got to be a mare. Have to be. Have to be. I got a shade that acted like a demon the last time I played. Yeah, we've had some ghosties that have been acting like some other ghosts too. That's been happening over the past few games we've played.
Welcome back.
I never got a mare ability. It wasn't near the light switches for me to check for that, so it is what it is. Nothing we can do about that. It is what it is. Can the Obambo be shy? What do you mean, can it be shy? All right, let's go to Wheelers. Till Wheelers. This year's April Fool event was how long the Easter event lasted? Touche. Classic Ethan, welcome in, dude. Bill, but lad, I'm good. How are you? Any ghost can be shy? Yeah. I mean, it also depends on what you're doing, because you could also make the ghost shy. Like, if you turn lights on around the ghost, it's going to seem pretty shy. So it's not going to do that much. All right. Maria Alexander, capture a photo of the EMFs, cleanse, and then Shri videos. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring in the video camera. How's the ghost sound? It's good. How was your stream? Nothing. We got hiding. Sweet. Should probably check for this though, yeah? Just in case. Damn it. Power's in the basement. Mirror. Hallway. Oh god, I can't see. I never put my headlamp on. Oh, there it is. Put that over there, and then we'll come back. Hey, what's up, Hex? Wait, is that what I saw, or did I see inside of the bedroom? Hold on, I might be confused. Yeah, I totally forgot I had a flashlight on me. I know. I went to go click this because I'm so used to wearing my headlamp. Shut up. Shut your lips. Mormon Slays, how are you? Dark Knight, hello. Aviation, thank you for the follow, man. Good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Fairly certain. Ah, that's what I saw. It was that table. I knew it. I was like, wait a minute. I might have actually seen the wrong one. Put that in there. Not a Ure. That door did not completely shut. I'll take it. Actually, let's do that for now. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Nope. Okay, sounds good. Let's go turn the power on real fast. Awful day ending with it. Oh, Dorito, I'm so sorry, friend. The door needs some WD. Yeah, just a tidbit. Oh my God. What the hell? Why is every bone a massive spine? Mormon Slays. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs, friendo. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you. That's where I left my ribs. Classic. All right. Ghostie's in the back bedroom. We haven't gotten anything yet, so we will try. Just give me this, and this. And give me one of those. There we go. Just got home from work. How was work, Relentless? Look how far we got with our sprint. All the way to here. Damn. What up, Frank? Any window touches? Nanors. Almost freezing. Very close. But the games are good. Games are not bad, man. We started with the floor above, and then we moved over to... Oh, did I just see freezing? And then we moved over to some Faz to finish it off. We didn't have time to do a bunch of stuff. I did see freezing. I knew it. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Interesting. What are you hiding from me? Fastest freezing I've seen. Definitely faster than most of the ones I see. There we go. Whisper sweet nothings? No, thank you. See you, Pepe. Have a good one, man. No, I'm good. No, thanks. What up, Charlie? No, thank you. Was the logic of the floor above more reliable this time? I think it actually was. But funny enough, on the 4th episode, we couldn't even see where we were. It was like you just had to make the right decisions. It just turned. Can it be a mirror? No. It just turned the computer on though. Flash frozen? Wait, what? Okay. Oh, I don't know what we're missing. He's lonely. Who, this guy? Ew, then I don't want to know what he's doing at the computer. Let's bring this. Oh, nope. Do I want to bring another book? I thought I heard the book get thrown. I'm going to bring a singular tripod. You know what? No. We might as well go in with the full shebang. We'll bring the whole thing. Oh, he's just playing Faz. That makes more sense. Playing cool math games. Oh, man, from back in the day. Oh, he's watching the stream. He's a stream sniping son of a bitch. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate you. You tell me there's a stream sniper? Is that what you're telling me? Hey, you stream sniping? They ratted on you. I think... Ah, it did. It did Schroeder book. Oh my God, Rhonda. Good Lord. There was no need for all that jazz. Playing some Oregon Trail? Yeah, maybe. We're not getting EMF 5s. I don't know what's happening. We're not getting UV. Not getting freezing. It might be EMF 5. Maybe it's just being stingy. 6 feet, right? She tried to give me a kiss. Now, Kith. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? You're not here or near. Let's pretend you are EMF 5. We got fart balled earlier, right? I'm also fairly certain it's been throwing things with us in the room. That would make... Oh my God. Is this it? Is this Jen or twins? I don't think it's kicked the breaker yet. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for all the gifts, friend. The coffee shakes. Me? Oh, no. The breaker's downstairs. I can't do the gen test if it was. I could just make it hunt and hear it. But I need 3 videos. I need to take a photo of the EMF detector. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What up, Kino? Hey, pretty man. Who the hell says that? Can a gen turn on the breaker? Yes. The only ghost that can't turn the breaker on is the Hantu. That's literally it. Future! Thank you for the gifted, dude. Appreciate you. Now that's assuming that it's EMF 5, which I'm not even 100% about that. I'm a little more certain now. I'll shut up. Okay. So now we know for sure that we have EMF 5. Again, I don't think it's Oni. I don't think it's Shay. I think we have Jin or twins. It feels very Jin because it doesn't feel like it's doing twinnings. You know what I mean? Not a lot of twinning to be happening here. Object, shadow, ghost. Hey, can you touch the door so I can get this last video? It's doing everything else I'm asking for. Might as well test the limits, you know what I mean? Ghost activity higher. I don't know about that, but it would be doing things elsewhere. Even if it was just across the hall, but it's doing nothing anywhere. Get good. Thank you for the follow back. Welcome in. Object throw shot. I mean, I could go get a firelight. I could go do all that jazz. I just would like to get it out of the way. Ask it to give you subs. I don't think the ghost is going to cooperate. I don't think she's in chat right now. What's her name? Maria, are you in chat? Never seen others in Flash encounter exploiters before. Wait, what? Oh yeah, we thought she was stream sniping. Oh, touche. Good point. What's up, Ronnie? I mean, do you want to hunt? I could go use the mirror and then we could make her eat the crucifix. I could just be quick with it and then get that. Maria! When you hear Maria, what song do you think of? I think that says what generation you're from. When they redo Willow, I hope we get an air hockey table or foosball. Oh, that'd be sick. Imagine if you could actually play it. Blueberry, thank you for the prime. Ave Maria. Santana with Rob. Yeah, that's where my mind was. Yep. That's where my mind was too. All-time low. Yeah. Hello? Well, she's given up. There's so many different... I guess I didn't realize how many songs there were. Hi, sissy. Hello? Can you do the thing, please? God damn. Now it seems very shady because it's not doing anything with me in the room. Wait, do I already have Shadow Ghost? Wait. I don't have that, do I? Oh, bastards. God damn. Oh, there we go. Hey, I'll take it. Now we're talking. Forgot I already had it. All right, cleanse the ghost. We'll do that during the hunt. Get this out of here. Hope you get better at Faz. Let's go. Appreciate you, Blueberry. All right, I have double smudge. I do have double smudge. All right, I don't even have to use the mirror. We can just wait for the hunt. Like I said, I have a feeling this is a Jinn, because it has not kicked the breaker a single time. I always think of Schubert, Ave Maria, or that one Marty Robbins song. That's normal. Ready for the sprint? Yeah. This is a Jennifer for sure. 100% a Jennifer. Here, that's for you. Enjoy. I had to incense you. There we go. And this one's for my homies. Good deal. Well, I'm old because I'm wondering how do you solve... Oh my goodness. Oh, you downloaded a Faz mod for Minecraft? I haven't done that in a few years. I did do that before though. All right. Yeah, that's very normal. We heard the sprint. That's a Jinn. A good old Jinn, if you will. Yeah, we heard it. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for the follows, friends. That would be my second choice.
Back. There's some jobs ready for you.
That would be my second choice. Oh, it's sad the song's over. Yeah, there's the gym. There we have it. Sweet. Kind of schmoovin' right now. Dude, it is such a good song. All right. I have ads coming. I feel like we should go ahead and do it before we go into Camp Woodwind. All right. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. We're going to go ahead and hit them before we hit it. We're going to hit the ads before we hit the whatever. You know what I mean? 3 minutes. We'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere without you. Love some all-time low. I would like to see them live. That'd be cool. Did you just hear all-time low? You did. You did indeed. Yeah. Spin the wheel. We didn't hit the goal. No. No, we don't spin the wheel unless we hit the goal. Yeah. Seen them a couple of times. It was a lot of fun. Oh, they'd be good. I've seen a lot of really cool bands like that, especially from that era, but I've not seen All Time Low. Wait, have I? No, I'm thinking of Starting Line. No, I saw Starting Line on their anniversary tour. From the West Side Story. Yeah, there you go. See? Maroon knows the lyrics. What's one band that you wish you could see? That's tough. I would have to give that a think. I used to interview them. What do you mean you used to interview them? You know, I wish that I could have seen Linkin Park when Chester was the lead singer. Yeah, that would probably be up there for sure. I saw the short where you and Doc got the mayor ability twice. Yeah, dude, it was so funny. Literally back to back. I wish. Never had that opportunity. Worked for a radio station and went to the alt shows for free. Oh my God, that's so freaking cool. I know, I miss them too. ABBA, not much of a band person, but I like them. There you go. Hey, everybody's gonna have their favorites. Mayday Parade is the first one that comes to mind. I saw them. I saw Mayday Parade with Story of the Year and Yellow Card. Only ever been to one concert. I was like 10, maybe 11. It was NSYNC. Hey, there you go. Mom won radio tickets. That's awesome. That's freaking cool. Mr. Winter. 65 months. Hello, sir. Went to the Meteor tour. Oh, you suck. That's one of my favorite albums. I love that album so much. Oh, that album. It's one of the ones from beginning to end. I can listen to the entire thing and not be tired of it. I love it. BB King. That's a good one. Amberlynn. They're good live. You know, I probably said this before. Somebody that surprised me that was really good live, Hawthorne Heights. I was shooketh how good they were live. Maynard Ferguson's big band. My God. Your first concert was a Kiss concert when you were a kid? Oh my God. What cool parents do you have? I get to go see Rob Zombie and they're performing? Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson are performing still? What? What? Oh, Queen. Yeah, maybe that would top it. Queen, like in the heyday. Very true. All right. Oh, shit. Wrong scene. Sorry. We're back from ads. Don't get many bands coming up to my state. I got you. Saw Chester perform with Alice in Chains. Oh, that's so cool. Typo negative. They're doing a Street Fighter movie. Yes. And it looks great. I know some people are criticizing. I think it looks awesome. Just as shocked. Bought tickets so fast. That's so cool. 9 Inch Nails not long ago. Oh, Winter, they're good. Queen at the Prime for sure. All right, let's go to Camp Woodwind. Something should tour near you that you can take your kids in a few years is Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Oh, that'd be cool. That actually would be really sick. The kids love music. Did I hear about? No, I did not. That makes Super Troopers 3. I'm fearful. What? They should have ended at 1. 1 was all they needed. There was zero need to make another. I understand trying to continue like the legacy, but that's not. If anything, I think it made it worse. AFI a few months ago too. Definitely mosh pitted. Oh my God. Oh my God. Melissa, thank you for the follow, friend. Appreciate you. Ah, crap. We've got snow. Well, that's not what I wanted. Bad omen. I don't see any orbicals. Oh, damn it. Well, damn it. Guess I could try like this. Just go by sound. I'll turn the fire on in a second. Oh, we got the Waluigi. Is that ghosty? Wait, did I just hear a thing? I swear to God, I thought I just heard it. Unless it was in here. Quill, how's it going, friend? How are you? Unfortunately, I see my breath literally everywhere. Not very helpful. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Oh, this should be fun. I could lay down motion sensors, I guess. I would like to hear the ghosties speak. Please? I'm telling you, what the hell? Oh. What was that? Was that a stuffed animal? Oh, no. Oh. Nope. I think it's over here. Go to your first concert in September? Nice. Snow this late in April? What the hell? What the hell? And Wise, hello, how are you? Yee. Oh, leave that there too. All right, let's go find out what it's doing. Live music is so good. It really is. Yeah, there's just something about it, man. Literally just sticking your phone, like putting your phone in your pocket, putting it somewhere else and just enjoying the moment, you know? Love almost any concert. That's, for me, I'd say almost any concert. Almost. There's certain genres that I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. Snow in June's delightful. What the hell? Is it? Yeah, that works. All right. See the midnight in 2 weeks. Oh, Grizzly, that'd be fun. Yeah, I don't know the next time we're going to go to a concert. My wife has been to more than I have, for sure. She's been with her friends to see a bunch. Give me this. Give me this. I want to make sure that it's actually back there. Can't stand the loudness of a concert. Oh, okay. Have you ever tried earplugs? Now, it's possible it was stretching through the blue tent. Yikes. I use loops, not sponsored. Concerning. I can't find the ghost. Gotta be over there, right? All right, let's go get a thermo. What? Thought it was the tent. I thought it was behind the tent because it was throwing the cornhole bags. Days Chaos, welcome in. I don't know. Now I'm not even sure. Give me that. Give me 2 more of these. Are we sure it's haunted? Maybe it's just snowy and windy. You bastard. Hold on. That one just went off. Are you just like over here or something? So I can play this with my girlfriend without dying. Oh, God. Hey, what up, Pixie? Thank you. Crazy Times, Destiny. Thank you for the follows. I mean, it's colder over here, but it's not like... What? Oh, look at this. What the hell? What are you doing? Okay, it is back here. My God. Oh, yeah. No. Now start making all the noise, you piece of crap. Look. Oh, yeah. Now you're just going to follow. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Love music so much. Me too. 25 plus years since my last. Really? Oh, my God. You're overdue. Couldn't sleep and it's 6 in the morning for you? Good grief. Oh, I don't even know. I've got a UV over there. We can use salt. Yeah. And I need to blow out a firelight anyway. Let's do that. Way overdue. Yeah. Quiet, Alicia. Dedra, thank you. Deirdre, sorry. Thank you for the follows, friends. All right, so you're going to walk through that. I'm going to set this down. You're going to give me UV, okay? Is this pep talk going to work? All right, go ahead. Go ahead, walk through that. Wait. No, rate this off the table. What? Ghost fart? Never been to a concert? You get overstimulated too much? Yeah, that's fair. Totally understandable. You know your limits. Okay, what the hell kind of path are you taking? It set this one off, meaning that it was walking over here. And then it like went like this, and then it went like this. What? Where are you? Are you here?
Clicked away.
You suck. We hate you. You're the worst. Unless you're a Dio. Where are you? Did you see him spawn in? Where are you?
Sound far
Are you
from the
here?
home.
Where are you?
Taken away.
Where are you?
Close
Are you here?
From behind.
Where are you?
Between a young assailant.
He just... I watched that dude just like come out of the ground. What? Dio's possible. I don't know. It is. Is it taking a wee? I don't think so. But we could ask it though. If he is, it's got to be super cold back there. All right. So you're over here, which we have a crucifix for. We're going to take this other crucifix and we're going to place it like here, which sounds good. Okay. What was I going to check for? Oh, I could start stacking stuff. See if we have a poultry. Weird ghost right now. It is a weird ghost. But it's also snowing, to be fair to the ghost. Ruined it. Ruined it. Soiled it. It is throwing a lot of stuff, but I haven't seen anything that's very polty throwy. I mean, these pins are kind of all over the place. Maybe it did a polty ability on the pins. Let's go get our flashlight. All right, now we run. Hey, Julia, Summy, welcome in. Listen, creeper. You listen here, sir. Not falling for your old tricks, old man. God damn it, everything rolls. Why can't it all just be flat? That's probably close enough. If it decides to do polty pile things, right? All right, you need to shut up because it's not going to be you. You said welcome in. Hey, Stan Leto, the fam is doing well. How are you? Hey, if you're a polty, can you do the ting, please? If you'd be so kind. There, look, I've made you multiple piles, at least 4 or 5 of them. You just got to pick one and just obliterate all the stuff. That's all you got to do. It's not a very hard job. That's all you got to do. You've only seen a polty bomb once. When we're 100% it's a polty, we'll go out of the way to try to make a massive pile. But right now, it's throwing a bunch, but I haven't seen any polty throws. It's acting very shady. Is this a Moroi? I think so. That smudge sounded like it lasted longer than it should have. Firelight and a photo of an EMF, huh? All right. Roger that. Papa TK, what up, dude? All right. Got all those things over there. Okay. Quick question, quick answer. Yeah, the Moroi does have a longer smudge. Where it hunted from? I mean, why it hunted from over there, I don't know. No, let's drop you. Pick you. Pick you. God damn it. There we go. Give me this. There we go. Oh, hey, how are you? What's the difference between the old and the new Pulte? What do you mean by old? What does it mean that you may still get... Wait, what? When does it mean you may still get writing even if it tosses the book? You will never get writing if it tosses the book. If you're playing on a difficulty where the evidence can be hidden, it's possible you might have a ghost writing ghost, but if the ghost throws the book, you're never going to get writing. All right, I just needed to blow out the firelight. So we'll sit here and watch that check mark go off so delightfully. Older version, had an update a long time ago. Like how old? Like, are you asking me, like, what's the difference between a Pulte from 5 years ago and now? That I can't tell you. Come on, blow out the firelight. Let's go. Mora is winding up for that sub 30% Sandy speed up. Yeah. Yeah. Here, we'll turn this on while we wait. Just needed to do that. Had a gen earlier that was acting like a shade and it kept moving rooms. Always a delight. Hey, Kuzo, what's up? Could a ghost theoretically write in the book and then throw it? Not that I'm aware of, no. I don't think so. Does multiple Pulte piles increase the chance of a Pulte bomb? Correct. Because the whole thing with the Pulte bomb is that it's interacting with that pile. So if you have multiple piles of 3 or 4 items, it's higher the chance the ghost is going to interact with that pile rather than you having one single spot. So if you're trying to go for a Pulte bomb, you have a better chance at having multiple piles. We just try to do one all the time so that it's very dramatic. It does not want to blow out this firelight. Thought it was amateur to professional, that it wasn't writing, but nightmare or higher would still happen. Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, if the ghost is hiding evidence, then it could still be a ghost writing ghost, but if it throws the book, you're not going to get writing. If it's professional or lower, it throws the book, you're not going to get writing, and you can actually cross it off in your book. Maybe we need to sing happy birthday. Maybe the ghost needs to stop being such an a-hole. So the Pulte can still throw multiple items. Correct. Yeah, if you go to phasmocheatsheet.com, you can get a lot of information about the ghosts. If you're confused or you're not sure what the difference is between ghosts now and what they were 5 years ago, that website can help you learn what the ghosts are as of today. Had some horrible ghosts today. Had a hard time distinguishing between a hunt and an event. Oh no. Dude, this just is not going to happen. The ghost was literally right here throwing stuff. What's the difference between a Pulte throw and a non-Pulte? Well, if you're talking about just one object, the Pulte can throw objects harder, higher velocity. Which kind of fires firelight, right? Is the only way to report the best way to report somebody is in game. That is the best way to report somebody. It makes it a lot easier for the team to figure out who they are and to ban them. Time is it? Exclamation point time. It's past midnight for me. We're just gonna say F this ghost. It's literally over here throwing stuff. It just is not interested in the firelight. F you. Okay. Whatever, dude. Will you do it on our way out? Nope. It likes the pretty light. Then it shouldn't have turned the power off.
There's some jobs ready for you.
What a jerk. Those points, though. 5 a.m. for you. Good Lord, dude. Listen, don't do that to yourself, all right? Hey, Synth, what's going on? We're just doing the Phasmers, dude. Just doing the Phasmers. We started off with some, the floor above. Yeah. The ID badge is really sick. I do like it a lot. You don't try and get perfects? No. Sometimes, not always. I just need to be in the mood. Perfect games aren't worth it if you're trying to get XP and money. Player held our lobby hostage so much that I had to shut off the system reset. Damn. I mean, really, if you Alt F4 your game, you should have been okay. But even if you do that, you're still like, you can still see who the players were in the lobby and still report it. But yeah, in-game is the best because they're actually working on the system to make it a lot easier for them to get rid of those people. 11:16 for you. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, maybe we do one more. Maybe. Hey, Ghost, thank you for the follow. Do I do yeah, let's do Grafton. Let's do Grafton. Just one more. No, it will be just one more. Oh, it's snowing. Son of a... Great. Key temp socks on. How are you? Ay, caramba.
Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Nan, welcome in. Draco, thank you guys for the follows. Hello, friends. All right. Oh, okay. Who is it? Shawnee Watts. Let's go, let's go, let's go. But are you one of the drop people? Nobody is one of the drop people. Yeah. You don't know how to tell? One of the easiest ways to tell if drops are happening or not is by following the Phasmo socials or being inside of the Phasmo Discord. They will tell you if drops are happening and who has them almost 100% of the time on those things. It's one of the best ways. Relying on other, I'm not saying you're doing this, but relying on streams telling you, it's difficult because you don't know exactly who has them and who doesn't by just looking on Twitch. But if you go to their socials or you look in their Discord, they will tell you, A, it's happening, B, who has them. If it's a certain set of people. But yeah. All right. Escape. Photo. 25. Okay. Okay. Never know how to tell. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Their socials is the best way. For sure. So, X, Blue Sky, you name it, wherever you might be able to follow them. That's probably the best. Excuse me. Tips on the game? What do you have trouble? What do you have problems with? Power. I've had the unfortunate event of seeing people put falsely drops. Oh yeah, we've all seen it. Ghosty? It just peeks its head down. Hey. Keep supporting the APOC card. Do it. You die every time? Do you know how to hide? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I heard it there. But we'll see. Only in closets though. So I know we've referenced the Phasmo cheat sheet a bunch, but another really cool thing that it has is it actually has on the map explorer a way to show you what different hiding spots look like. Just in case you don't know. If like closets are the only thing you know, it can show you what each hiding spot looks like when it's blocked, when it's not blocked, depending on the difficulty you play. And also natural hiding spots you can go in where those spots will never be blocked. Got you through APOC? Hell yeah. It's such a good tool. It is extremely useful. Let's double check the tips. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Very, very useful. Wonder for the horror update if they'd make a ghost crawl on walls or ceilings. That would be pretty sick. I don't know if they have plans of that or not, but it would be pretty awesome. Ghost, are you in here? Nope. In the frickin' hallway. God, I'm so sick of hallway ghosts. Sick of it. I don't want to say hey to you. Shut up. Chi-Chi's such a good tool. Can't remember the last time I played the game without it open on the side. It's really useful. Checking for ghost speeds, checking different areas where curse possessed, you name it. There's so much stuff. A supermarket ghost map? I don't know how that would work. Brittany, Dustin, thank you guys for the follows. You had hot dogs for dinner. Wow, dude. Classy. Go-to toppings? Oh, just normal condiments. I don't do anything wild. She was just saying, hey. Hey. Nightmare, welcome in. Put a book down. Check our temps again. Flashlights to dress like a hot... Listen. Listen. It's conditional, okay? I don't do it in my free time. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? What's it called? No, Hogog. Yeah, you gotta say it right. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Yeah, probably not. More stuff. How do we know that's true? You don't listen. What I do in my free time is none of your concern. Okay? Hi, Mr. Song. Ah, Gog. There you go. None of your damn business. No, thank you for staying out of my affairs. All right, let's watch this for a second, see if we get anything. Is this not your free time? Well, listen. Listen. Had a bathroom ghost in Nelstonade. It didn't answer in the spirit box until I asked if it needed some privacy. Oh my God. Can I open my journal for a second? Yep, there you go. Future. Yeah, if you're looking for this, this is what we have here. Nothing yet. Ghosty hasn't given us anything. Future, thank you for the subs, dude. How much have I missed? Just a tidbit. Almost the entire stream, but just a little bit. All right, nothing. Let's take this guy because that thing's gonna get annoying next to me. This guy. I think a hotel would be too big. I think that'd be too much. A motel map, I think, could be pretty freaking cool. If you up this late, thank you so much, Future. Just getting our Faz in, man. IKEA map. We'll all get lost. Wait, do I have 2 crucifixes on me? I do. Let's put this one over here. Got that one over here. Let's make sure Ghosty's still here. Playground map? What the hell does that mean? Like a fucking McDonald's play place? What? Hey, what up, Dragon? Alright, so you're still here. You're just, I don't know. I have to go get motion sensors because I don't know what it's doing right now. That was weird. Bucky, thank you for the prime. New ghost type, Grimace, the Hamburglar. Oh my God, that scared me. It was so loud next to my face. Hey to you. Ayo. I'll take that $5 though. Always see you on the tube. Very excited to actually see a live of yours. What's up, HJ? Welcome in. Welcome over. Someone's getting their bingo on. Wait, what? All right, we have EMF 5 and that's it so far. Yeah, that's literally it. Glad you went a little bit later. Got here later than usual. Yeah, you're okay. All is well. Figured we'd go a bit longer. Just a bit. Oh, you could be a Goryo, which is really disappointing. Did that sound bass boosty? Because it didn't to me. It doesn't mean it's not. Did you think you heard it too? Really? I could be completely wrong. Orbs or dots? All right. Definitely not seeing any orbs anywhere. Also not seeing any dots. Seemed aggressive. Well, I mean, to be fair, I think any ghost venting at you is going to seem aggressive. Quite loud without buds on. Okay. We will see. We will see. I'm going to put another book up there. I'm going to grab one of those. Grab a smooge just in case. Escape EMF. All right, let's grab the photo camera while we're... Actually, you know what? I'm a big fat liar. I want to track where this piece of crap is. What up, Bucky? Just got into Faz. For the buddy and the vids help. I'm so glad, friend. I am glad. Outside of just having... Oh, what's wrong? Outside of just having fun with friends or just playing solo, running around like a maniac, being able to educate anybody in the game is... I'm always grateful for that opportunity. Maybe I use those and I try this one more time. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Negative. 8 tips for Sunny Meadows alone. Parabolic microphone is your friend. That is your buddy. That is your pal. To figure out where the ghostie is. What are you hiding from me? Maybe it's writing and it's just not doing it. You know? I'm gonna go get the other one, I guess. Damn, dude. Damn, dude. What's up, Bush? What was my favorite game? Mario 64. Give me this. I'm pretty sure we have, yeah, I have one of literally everything in there. I could also bring another dot and another motion sensor just to track where it's going. Because, man, Ghost is being a butthead. Hidden Orbeez? It's possible. It's possible that I'm seeing what I think is snow, but it's actually like a random orb going rogue. What up, Tristan? Bush Gaming! Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gamer cat, man. All right. I put that there. I put this over here. What? 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 Why you touch that? Why is that on the ground? Well, Faz, me too. Ghosty, have you moved? That's a really, well, no, it's not that weird, is it? If it did move, this is part of the hallway. Oh, you suck. It's so cold in there. Dirty bastard. All right, well, it's in here now. Oh, dang it. Thank you, Cloud. Oh, we're gonna try. At least not a Goryo? I guess. Watch it still be a Goryo. Just effed. Right, give me that. Give me this. Put that in here. There. Let's put this one over here. What up, old school fool? How are you? All right. This guy. Watch. I swear to God. Gotcha. No. Bad. No. Bad, Ghosty. Right. I still see no orbs. Okay. Where are you? Might be a dirty bastard, but it's an old dirty bastard. All right. Why isn't the motion sensor going off? You suck. I hate you. Yeah, that seemed that kind of that felt very bassy. I gotta admit that kind of felt pretty bassy. Raiju, EMF, orbs, dots. So you're telling me dots? It just doesn't want to give it to us? Bush Gaming, thank you, friend. Off to bed. Good night, Subaru. We go on this camera. We see dots in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I thought that was it. What an absolute piece of shit. It's gotta be. It has to be. Oh. After all that time over there, she didn't give it to us once. She moonwalked. She did. Ah, good times. Timing with you tonight is I don't know. Stepped in salt, farted on you, moved rooms. It's gotta be. Yeah, look. Whatever. We need to escape it. I need a photo of the EMF and I need to drain my sanity. All right. You can bring that guy. There we go. No, your ears were not deceiving you. No, I was so uncertain because we weren't getting the final evidence. Because of this butthole. Thank you for the heartbeat. I know you. Hey, throw something, you jerk. Thank you. Did I see cursed possession in my travels? I need to get rid of the crucifixes if I'm going to do that. Dang. Could it be a Goryo? The heartbeat gave it away. I mean, we could be 100% certain by seeing, okay, by seeing the dots in person. But do you hear that? That bass is not normal. That is not normal. Ma'am, 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 ma'am. You're ruining it. Stop. Yeah, and we're almost 100% that it moved rooms from the hallway to here. Okay, the EMF5 is real cool, but they want to see the dots, ma'am. Thank you. There we go. She's a lonely girl. All right, we don't have you. Do I have both crucifixes in here? Grandma is getting feisty. I know now she is. I'm gonna play the guitar. Oh. So this crucifix is here. Where's the other one? Chiangi, just a little bit. Ma'am? Oh, it's over here. There it is. So if I put this one here, that should protect that. I'll move this one out here for now. Oh yeah, you burst the lights. Oh, that's right. I hate you. So the Raiju, we have yet to get confirmation whether that is something that should happen or should not. The heartbeat thing. But it's a way to give it away that it's a Raiju. Give it away, give it away. The Raiju heartbeat during events is extraordinarily loud. Yep. They should not fix it. I'm okay with it, leave it. It's sort of like the Shade summoning circle thing. Like, I personally think that the Shade is the only ghost that should have a chance at being a shadow during events like the summoning circle. Hello. Oh no. The cards. Ouija board? It just ate the crucifix. I just heard that though. Yeah, so according to them, from the last time I remember hearing communication about it, well, if it's trying to hunt me now, then I guess I could just let it do its thing. The last time I heard anything about it, they had said that every ghost should have the possibility of doing that shadow event when it's supposed to be a physical event. So what I mean by that is, like, the summoning circle, when you light the circle, it's supposed to be a physical, like a full physical ghost model. Not translucent, not shadow, not invisible, but there's the other crucifix bite. It should be. But the Shade was the only one that was doing the shadow during those times. But I've heard people report now that other ghosts do it. I have still not seen any other ghosts do it. So I don't know what truth there is to be had behind that or not. I've never seen any other ghost show up as a shadow. Me either. Even after the updates, I still have yet to see it. So I don't know what the truth is. It's gonna hunt. We're just waiting. What I use for timers, I have timers set up on my Stream Deck. Because I just don't want to clutter the screen with stuff. So I've got timers on my Stream Deck. I've got one for 25 seconds, 60, 90, 180, and 120. I've only ever had a Shade as well. Yeah. The circle sucks. Amen. It would be really interesting. Wait, what did I do with that other crucifix? Did I bring that down? What did I do with that? Did I leave it upstairs? Oh. I thought I brought it down here. Oh. I guess I thought I got it out of the way enough. Apparently not. Place it right there. Well, damn it. It's hunting. We're fine. Why is this fridge so damn loud? This thing has power? Oh, don't remember ever hearing that before. Yeah, nothing crazy. That was the fridge. Okay, just making sure. There we go. Osna, what's up? My day's good. How was yours? All right, objective's done. We got our ghosty. Let's go. If a mimic's copying his Shade, would it also then do the shadow form? I believe so. I believe it can, from my understanding. Spiral, thank you for the follow. What's up, Don? Mystery, welcome in. Raiju. Start playing this and love it. Nice. Middle of the hunt. Does this have power? Wait. Made us nervous. Yeah, there's the Raiju.
There's some jobs ready for you.
There's the Raiju. So excited for the not challenge part 2. We're gonna have to find ways to amp it up. I think we're gonna find ways to take it up to the next level. We'll figure it out. Raiju. Yeah, like I said, man, you can get perfect games. That's all good and great. But in my opinion, the amount of time it's going to take you to actually go through media, if you're trying to get XP and money faster, I would just get the ghost correct, do your objectives. If you're getting media in the midst of trying to do all that, great. That's extra money anyway, and finding the bone and stuff. But getting perfect games is just to say you got a perfect game. It's just to challenge yourself to get it, basically. And the higher the difficulty of the game, the harder the perfect game is. So it's just a good challenge for yourself. That's, if you're worried about XP and money, perfect games are not the way. They're really not. All right. We are going to end it on other places because we're going to go raid on Twitch here in a minute. So thank you, friends, everywhere else. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Let me end this. But yeah, stick around. We'll go find someone to raid here in a second. When is the new vid? I never have the answer to that question. Whenever I post it. All right. Let's go find out where we're going. Sometime in the future. Hey, Supa. Good night, friend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Hasna. If you guys are not in the Discord link is there, friends. Again, if you do join to see the rest of the server, make sure that you go into the verified channel and you go to the verified channel and you do the verification with the CAPTCHA. Got you out here sound like an 8-ball. Listen here, 8-ball. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. Outlook does not look good. Okay. All right. Listen here. All right. I know where we're going. I know where's. I knows. I'm hilarious. Sorry, checking an email. Man, when people reach out, like, it's really easy to tell when someone used AI to craft a message. It's really, really easy. Oh, man. Josh, thank you for the follow, dude. All right. So we have a friend and they are playing. Oh, God. Chrome, don't do this to me. They're playing Mouse PI for Hire. So we did not get to play. We did not get to play that today. But our friend is playing that today. So we're going to go say hi to them. Maybe if it wants to cooperate. Hold. Maybe. It's freaking out on me. All right, there we go. Okay, good deal. Good deal. Guys, thank you for the stream, friends. I appreciate you guys always. Friday, we'll be back with Phasmos. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to be doing. I'd say the chances are Phas. We have... Hold. How many more streams? We have Friday, Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday until May. So we have 4 more streams until May. 4 more. And then that's when the fun will begin. Thank you, So Wrong. But yeah, I'll get my ideas together about next month. We'll figure it out. It's that close to the end of the month. I know. It's already the 23rd. Well, for me it is. This month did go by fast. I would have to agree with that. This one did not feel like a drug. I feel like January and February did. I'm excited too. I've got an idea. It's going to be something a little bit different than what I've done in the past, I think. And I'll message the mods and let them know what I'm thinking. That could just be a cool way of doing something different this time. So we'll see. We'll see. But I'm excited for it. Hey, Little Red, you're good. You're good, dude. We're about to raid out. So if you're a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, that's for you. Creepy Tier 3, that's for you. Let us go say hi to our friendo who is currently playing Mouse PI for Hire. Gonna die of curiosity. Listen, it's so soon though. It's so soon though. You did not miss the Granny stream. No, I was actually thinking about reaching out to Baron about Friday. So Friday might be Baron and I as grannies if he's down for it. I don't know. I've got to figure out what his schedule's like. So I wanted to try to do that before the end of the month too. Yeah. So you've missed nothing, friend. You're in good shape. All right. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Again, if you're not in the Discord, that's there. So are the rest of the socials and the Patreons and all the things. I love you guys. I will see you later. Goodbye.